And a very warm welcome and good morning to RaceKraft Simulations as we get underway with qualifying for the Bathurst 6 hour. My name is Chris Mitchell, I'll be your host for today as we bring you a plethora of teams. Look at that, 16 teams, I thought that was 13. Now I'm even more surprised. 16 teams taken to Mount Panorama today for the 6 hours of Bathurst. We are using Automobilista 2 platform to go racing with this one. And we're of course racing the Ginetta Gt4 spec car around Mount Panorama. We've got a killer lineup of cars today. They're a good looking race car too inside the Automobilista 2 platform. We're currently in the throes of qualifying, approaching the halfway point here, a half-hour session for the teams to try and nail their fastest possible lap around Mount Panorama. And even with a half-an-hour session, you're only going to get a handful of opportunities to find yourself a clean piece of real estate and get around this racetrack in a good amount of time. Watching the solo driver, Kenny P at the moment, just finding himself a little bit unstuck on the exit of the final corner, parking it up on the front straight. Currently your fastest time is set by Trevor Leonard and Anthony Julesy. Jewel at the moment, Julesy's in the seat, ripping around right now as he makes his way out of Forest Elbow and down the Conrod Straight. He's even got the lights on and he's set a 2 minutes 12.6, 1.144 seconds clear of the car of Jensen and Lutsu. He's coming out of the chase just ahead of the Jules and Leonard car at the moment as they come down towards the final corner. Cochran and Cochran, the Cochran brothers, in the third spot at the moment on a 2:14.3. AA Ron Dooley and Kieran Ellis parking it into P4 so far. Grant Johnson and Clint Harvey in P5. Kenny P into 6. Daniel Alderman and Cody Island running in P7. And they'll go back to Newton and Cullen here, running in the 8th spot. Flett and Carville entry hanging on to P9, and B Darby rounding out your top 10. We'll check in periodically through the session as we bring you qualifying. We are running 15 minutes to go in this half-an-hour session here around Mount Panorama for RaceKraft Simulations Bathurst 6 hour. So checking in with 12 minutes and 20 left to go in the session. We follow at the moment Alexani rip around the 117 entry. They've parked themselves into the 4th spot. Alec teaming up with the one and only Mr. John Lee here today. Fresh off the plane and fighting fit this morning is Johnny Lee. Ready to rock and roll here. Now Zani goes through to P2. Parks it in with a solid time, 2:12.6. He's only 0.4 of a second off the back of Trevor Leonard and Anthony Jewell. Julesy is out of the car, and Trevor Leonard in the hot seat at the moment, ripping around. We'll see if we can touch under where they're getting around at the moment. We tag onto their car. Heading across Skyline at the moment. Oh, and finding the wall hard at Skyline, the 116 entry. Trevor Leonard getting it caught up there. That'll be him out of the seat. Zani is out of the seat as well. Jensen's still ripping around at the moment, the 18 car parking in into 3rd. He is due to be driving with Gianni Lutsu. But we are yet to see Gianni in the centre. Too much grinding Formula Vs in all of his spare time might have him a bit distracted from coming and dipping his toe in the real racing, the Bathurst 6 Hour today here at RaceKraft. We've got a few drivers joining in from outside the centre as well, from Davo Sim Racing up in Geraldton, and a few entries out from the Wheat Belt as well. We'll get their entry info and bring them to you as we know more. There's the Jensen and Lutzu entry now, slowing down Conrod Straight, maybe just looking to find a bit of a gap here before getting underway for another flying lap. 10 minutes and 40 left to go. Davo and McDonald coming down. Now heading into the opening part of the lap, just out of Griffin's Bend and up towards the cutting for another flyer here. You can tell these beautifully presented Davo Sim Racing entries by their custom livery turned on by RSW Graphics. Big shout out to Ross Dallin. As the Davo McDonald car gets a bit sideways coming out of the cutting and trying to put the power down through Quarry Corner. Floating across into Frog Hollow and into Solomon Park, across the top of McPhillamy in a second. Now setting the sights around the corner and down in towards Skyline they go. Currently running P4, 2:13.8 is the time. The Cochrane boys currently sitting P5 on the racetrack, the 27 entry, as they come out of the cutting. It's a very light crest of the hill you look out across the atmosphere. Ahead of the Dooley and Ellis entry, P6. Johnson Harvey in P7, Alderman and Ireland in the 8 spot. Newton and Cullen. Rickham and Singleton in the 10 spot. Kenny Pryor's entry in the 11th at the moment. Dave Flett and Corville in P12. And Sly and Shattuck, Dynan and Molek, Derby, and then Bell and Hamlet not recording a time in qualifying so far. 9 minutes and 15 left to go here in qualifying for the Bathurst 6 Hour. Brought to you by RaceKraft Simulations. So if you are watching us live online at the moment from our RaceKraft Simulations YouTube channel, we have wrapped up qualifying, but I do hear murmurs throughout the room that we are having a couple of issues with some units here at RaceKraft with shifting issues. There's a lot of Wi-Fi floating around at the moment. So we are going to investigate the issue. We may run an additional segment of qualifying in just a moment. So hang tight. We'll have more information once Johnny has figured it out. We have our entry list locked and loaded. What a lineup of teams we have for you today. This is going to be killer for the 6 hours of Bathurst here at RaceKraft Simulations. We'll be right back. So, welcome back to the action. Grab the right one here. There we go. We have had to reset the session, unfortunately, so that does mean we are set with a shortened new qualifying session about to get underway. We did have some minor issues with shifting capabilities of some of the cars, so we have loaded into a new session, and the session is open. Drivers are going to be trying to get out there and get underway straight away. So we'll open up the track, we'll let them out on the racetrack here at Bathurst, and you can see them all pouring out of the pit lane right now, trying to get themselves onto this racetrack, because there's only a 10-minute session, just 10 minutes to get a lap in around Mount Panorama. They're only going to have about 4 opportunities at a flying lap here in these Ginetta Gt4 cars. We're going to follow along with Newton and Cullen as they come out here. Alex Newton and Brody Cullen going to jump here. Alex straight off the back of running Hyundai XL Cup yesterday up at Wanneroo Raceway. Dealing with the treacherous and damp conditions. We'll see what he can do here around Mount Panorama today for the Bathurst 6 Hour at RaceKraft Simulations. running down this remaining qualifying in the moment. 2 minutes 55 to go. Currently, it's Anthony Jewell on top of the session. 2:11.9. He is flying out here. Ripping it around the top as he comes out of Griffin's Bend. Runs down towards the cutting here. It's a blind entry hanging into the left-hand corner. And then jump on the anchors. Pull it up for turn 4. Get a good exit as it climbs the hill. And up towards Quarry Corner. Almost blind at the crest as you turn it to the right. Run it all the way out to the left. Tuck it back in here. We'll try and jump on board the Ginetta Gt4. And get a look around as well as we head through Frog Hollow. Bang it across the top now at Selman Park. Flying across a little lift at McPhillamy Park here. Set ourselves up for Skyline. Run it down towards this downhill, very tricky braking section. Down through turns 11, 12, 13. Into the S's and the Dipper. Try and gather the car back up again as we make our run around. Through that last left. Dip it to the right into turn 17. Into Forest Elbow. And you just got to be very patient with the car. Get on the power early. Get the run down the hill onto the Conrod Straight. Julesy feeling confident this morning. He said to me he's looking to go 3 RaceKraft Enduro wins in a row if he can get it done today. With Trevor Leonard as a co-pilot, he's in pretty good form to do that. But sometimes you don't have to be fast, you're good. You just got to be lucky to get it done here at RaceKraft. And John Lee saying we're going to have to enforce a balance of performance on that team and break them up. Force them to race with other teammates so they can give everyone else a chance. Really janky under brakes here through the final corner for Julesy, trying to gather it up at Murray's Corner. Turn 23 around Mount Panorama. And he runs it down the line and pulls it to the pit lane. 2:11.939, the time to beat here. Alexander has parked his car into the number 2 spot, 2:12.5. Grant Johnson and Clint Harvey in the moment currently circulating in third on a 2:13.5. They're a further second back here as they come up towards the cutting at turn 4. Great onboard shots as well. I'm really happy with the development from Automobilista too. It's been a little while since I've done these broadcasts for RaceKraft with the AMS2 platform, but the quality of the onboard shot is way better now than what it used to be. So that's really cool to see. As we have across the top of Skyline, dragging the brake down the hill, down through the gears. At the S's here, just trying to gather it up and get it sorted. Back there in the 4th spot at the moment. It's a Davo Sim Racing entry from Geraldton of Davo and McDonald, currently sitting in P4. They're moving very quickly. They're looking very good at the moment. And then Jensen Herbert on a solo mission at the moment, right behind in P5. We'll go back to outside the cars here and have a look. So Jensen on his own here. Gianni Lutsu, I think, had a big night and might be at risk of forcing Jensen to be a solo driver today. So Jensen on a mission here in qualifying. Dooley and Ellis into the 6th spot at the moment. Now, who's at the wheel of that car? I look across and Dooley is parked on the sideline. So Kieran Ellis having a drive here as we wrap up qualifying. They're in P6. Newton and Cullen in P7. The Cochrane boys in the 8th spot. Daniel Alderman and Cody Island in P9. Kenny Pryor and Chris Miles, the Kenny P entry from the Wheatbelt RaceKraft teams, currently into P10. Bell and Hamlin into the 11th spot here. Sly and Shattuck, another of the Davo Sim Racing entries, in the 12th spot. Flett and Corville in P13. Bingham and Singleton from Davo Sim Racing in the 14th spot. Travis Dinan and Jason Mollick in P15. And B Darby, Chris Ball and Owen Darby joining us from the Wheatbelt, rounding out your 16th car on the grid. That is qualifying run and done here. We'll get a photo of those times before they disappear from our screen. And that will set our starting grid here for the 6 hours of Bathurst here at RaceKraft Simulations. Ginetta Gt4 racing for your Sunday. We'll let our teams get sorted. We'll wrap up this final bit of qualifying and we'll jump in for the race start in just a few moments. So this just in, we have had a pre-race scratching. The entry of Hamlet and Bell will no longer take the race for our 6 hours of Bathurst. We've had a driver change as Gianni Lutsu had too big of a night last night. He won't be joining Jensen Herbert for the start, and he will be replaced by Tom Hamlet as a co-driver. So we are down to 15 cars, but it's good to see Jensen now has a co-driver to join him, because 6 hours by yourself can be a bit of a slog here at RaceKraft Simulations. So that is our standings. You take a look at your qualifying order on screen at the moment. We'll get our grid sorted in just a few moments. We'll be on the racetrack here for the 6 hours of Bathurst here at RaceKraft Simulations. And there we have it. We are on the starting grid. Welcome back. We are about to get underway. 6 hours of racing around Mount Panorama. This is the Bathurst 6 Hour from RaceKraft Simulations. We've got some awesome stats brought to you by Trevor Leonard, who was happy enough to send me some information ahead of today's race. But on the pole is the Leonard and Jewel entry as we have set the grid and we are ready to go racing. We'll watch from your pole man to see how they go off the start here. The beauty of this program, I do not have any access to replay functions, so this is as good as we get with trying to watch the cars. In fact, I'll try and go back a little bit. We'll go back to one here. We'll go back to Zani, who's starting with the Zani and Lee entry. Oh, we've got a big jump start from behind. Who was that? That was Jensen. It's Jensen with the big jump start off the line, so he'll probably cop an in-game penalty for that, and that'll hurt him here, but he has assumed the race lead as they climb the hill. We're underway with the 6 hours of Bathurst. And Jensen Herbert, who is due to be driving with Tom Hamlet when he arrives here later on today, has just pulled off a monumental jump start and put himself into the race lead though. Now this could be a good, bold strategy here, because he could get to the lead, hold a bit of track position and just serve the penalty and come out in a bit of clean air. But he leads here from Zani at the moment, right behind him. Zani looking for a way around up at the cutting. He's looking pretty racy for the opening lap of a 6-hour enduro. Anthony Jewell right behind in the third spot as they climb out through Quarry Corner into turn 7. The opening lap, it could be really sketchy here. Got to be so careful on this opening lap of racing. The tyres are a little bit cold. The cars start with 25 litres of fuel in the car. You could get about 10 laps out of this opening fuel tank into the race, so we're not going to be too far into the race before we see these first fuel stops come through. It's a massive fuel tank though, 108 litres available in this Ginetta Gt4, which could see us getting up to 43 laps to a tank under race conditions once we get underway. But their starting fuel is a lot less, the cars are lighter, a bit more lively, which is probably better for the drivers to come to grips with it here, as you see Zani just bite the wall a little bit on the exit of Forest Elbow. Brake lights on the back of the Jewel car flickering on and off as they come down Conrod Straight in these early days. He's just staying in the tow at the moment as they head down Conrod on this opening lap here. Jewel pulls out for a look up the inside of Zani. They're side by side through Conrod and touching each other up at the curbing. And Jewel is going to look up the inside of Herbert, who's going to run wide onto the grass and side by side through the right-hander on this opening lap of racing. Jewel trying to force the issue. Zani trying to get in there as well. They're touching as they come down to the final corner here at Murray's. And Jewel is going to look to the inside and try and hold this one out. Zani will follow him through here. Herbert will go back down to third. This is lap 1 of 6 hours of racing. Huge moves being made in this early stages here. Davon McDonald from Davo Sim Racing up to Geraldton back there in 4. They're right behind them at the moment. And there's your 4-car battle pack on this opening lap here. The Cochran boys into P5 right now, just behind. We'll grab a hold of them for a second here as he leads the pack. Behind them, Julian, Ellis, Newton and Cullen, Alderman and Ireland, Flett and Corville. Rounding out your 9, Slide and Shattuck in the 10 as they head up towards Griffin's Bend for the second lap here. And a 6-hour endurance race. This is going to be a long one. We pray to the gods of network connectivity that we can stay clean and green all the way to the finish today. The Cochran boys at the helm at the moment. I believe it is Josh at the wheel. Which of the Cochrans? Nick is out of the seat, so it is Josh at the wheel at the moment. Doing a fine job of it, holding down P5 here over Kieran Ellis behind him in 6. Newton Meter at the wheel in the 7th spot at the moment. The Bell and Hamlet entry. Now, the Bell and Hamlet entry, we did say earlier, was a scratched starter, but we have decided to make this a bit of a wild card. By invitation only. Whoever wants to jump in and have a steer is going to have a crack at it. So at the moment, Ross Snallen from RSW Graphics in the seat having a steer. We have been told he's got a bit of housework to do, so he might not stay for the whole day, but good old rubber arm Ross, we might keep him here for a little while and keep him in the running. We'll follow along with the Cochran boys down Conrod Straight here. Kieran Ellis right behind at the moment. We'll jump back into this battle pack for the race lead, and you can see Anthony Jewell getting away, Alex Zani right behind. And the emerging pattern from our RaceKraft Enduros so far, Jewell and Zani just wanting to race each other no matter when and where they are racing. And you can see Zani looking left, looking to the right hand side now under brakes, down into Murray's corner. Jensen Herbert meanwhile by himself at the moment, just runs a little bit wide at the final corner. The If this were iRacing, he'd be dead. With the off tracks and the Disney on Ice that is the grass grip levels within the iRacing simulation title. But we are in Automobilista 2, rocking around. We're going to jump on board with Jensen Herbert. We're going to go inside the cockpit and follow our race leaders around for a lap of Mount Panorama here in the RaceKraft 6 Hours of Bathurst. So that was the better part of a lap around Mount Panorama here on board with Jensen Herbert as he tries to follow along with the battles behind him at the moment. Battles in front for the race lead here. Alexani still trying to find a way around to beat Julesy right now. We grab a look from on board the roof of Alexani. This is a view that he has, and he just cannot seem to find a way around here. He is really desperate to try and beat Julesy at the moment. Wait till John Lee jumps in the hot seat, then you're going to see some fast laps. Zani follows Anthony Jewell down through Frog Hollow, the dip in the road here, then across through Solomon Park. Try and keep it off the wall on the right-hand side. Around the left here at McPhillamy Park, try and stay out of the dirt. You see Julesy dropping a wheel into the gravel, and across the top of Skyline. Down through the gears, under brakes, into the S's. Diving into the dipper, back into the power, and trying to squeeze the skinny pedal back into it here. Then set it up gently into Forest Elbow. Try and get on the power early, get a good exit onto Conrod Straight. Stay in the tow here, the number 13 GT4 Ginetta of Alexani and John Lee at the moment. Currently second on the road here in our 6 Hours of Bathurst. They are your leaders. Down through the chase. Staying just in touch, only 0.4 of a second off the back of Julesy. You can see Jensen just dropping a little bit further back now in third. We'll run you through your running order as we approach the first 10 minutes of racing here. Your leaders, of course, Anthony Jewell and Trevor Leonard. Julesy is at the wheel at the moment. We are 5 laps in. It's not going to be too far until we should see those first pit stops if Trevor's specs that he sent me are correct. But I've been told they're not. Awesome. Fantastic. have been advised that we are not expecting the drivers to stop as early as we originally thought. We were expecting them to come in before the end of lap 10. But now, just being advised here, I think the starting fuel was about 77 litres in the car and at 2.5 litres per lap. That should see them out to about lap 30 on the racetrack. So we do have a while before we are due to make that first pit stop in our 6-hour enduro. As we follow along with Julesy at the moment down through Skyline and hanging on here. With our track map, we can see where they are on the circuit at the moment. You see the majority of the field at the top of the hill, so we're a while off getting into some lap traffic, which is going to make things all sorts of exciting over the course of a 6-hour race here around Bathurst. We'll run through your running order here as we're approaching the first 15-minute marker of the race. There's Anthony Jewell leading the way here over Alexani in second, Jensen Herbert right here in third, just a few seconds further adrift. Then Davo and McDonald in the Davo Sim Racing entry. This is coming down Conrod Straight in P4. Kieran Ellis in P5. The Easy Data 79. Ginetta Gt4. It's a good looking livery on that car too here. The Cochrane boys running in P6 at the moment. The Cochranes have just been dropped actually. It's Alderman and Island now. With Daniel Alderman at the wheel, just getting that move done down the hill, moving up to P6 here. The Cochrane boys down into P7 now. 27 entry. You can see a couple of very minor battle scars on that car already. Looking for any damage around the track here. Behind them, Alex Newton and Brody Cullen in the 8th spot here. Dave Flett, Mr. Corville. Spuddy Corville running in P9. And Sly and Shattuck entry from Davo Sim Racing in the light blue, just holding off Johnson and Harvey and the Kenny Pryor entry of Ken Pryor and Chris Miles right behind in P12. There's a 3-car battle pack, nicely done there. The wild card currently being driven by Ross Fallon at the moment, sitting in P13. Dickerman Singleton in the 14 spot here. Davo Sim Racing. Now that has seen a fair bit of damage already, substantial amount of damage to the Ginetta Gt4 of Bickham and Singleton. You can see the entire front clip is absolutely shot as they head up the hill towards Griffin's Bend here. Travis Dynan and Jason Mollick currently running in P15. And Chris Ball and Owen Darby in the Okada number 14 entry, currently holding on to your 16th spot here around Mount Panorama. That is your first 15 minutes of racing almost run and done here. The 6 hours of Bathurst here at RaceKraft Simulations. As much as I'd love to talk for 6 hours straight, we are going to be coming in and out throughout the course of the day as we bring you updates and all the action. Might even whip out a couple of interviews as we get after those first driver changes in a little while's time. So we are estimating, if the fuel burn numbers that have been sent are correct, which after the fuel tank mishap, I'm not even sure. Trevor Leonard estimating 2.6 litres per lap of fuel burn, so 77 litres over a 2.6 litre fuel burn is 29.5 laps. So anywhere up to about lap 28, we should see some clean and green running. It will be a while yet. Now 28 laps, lapping at this speed. That will see us pitting just inside the end of the first hour. But then from then, if we go to full tanks, should be about 40 laps to a tank, which would see us pitting every hour and 15 minutes after that. So by that stage, if I can do the math on the fly here, we'll pit around about 50 minutes. And then we'll pit at 2 hours and 5 minutes, 3 hours and 20 minutes, 4 hours and 35. And then it's going to be a really tight run right to the end, because that will put us 5 hours and 50 minutes towards the end. So it could be a 5-stop race over the course of a 6-hour enduro. It's going to be about who can stretch the fuel again. the fuel strategy coming into play here at RaceKraft. We've seen this in events gone by where a team hard charging towards the end versus a team fuel saving all race long, coming up against each other right in the dying moments of the Enduro. But my estimation at the moment could see a 5-stop race being just enough to get to the finish, but you might be able to stretch it with some fuel saving on a 4-stopper. And we know Trevor Leonard is a very wily driver. He will know all about these fuel burns right now. He'll be on top of it. So that will tell us the tale here. Trevor also advising that the cars both have ABS and traction control, but both proving very useless in the Ginetta Gt4 car. As your leader still fighting over it here, Julesy trying to defend from Alexani, who's still looking for a way around at the moment. This is going to be a 6-hour sprint race whenever these two are at the wheel. Oh, Zani getting very wild and out of control, coming up onto the hill out of turn 1 here at Hell Corner. It almost ended very badly, and again, if that were iRacing, he'd be dead. So Zani now sitting back with a bit of a gap to make up to the back of Julesy. 5 hours and 43 minutes left to go here, the RaceKraft. 6 hours of Bathurst. checking in on the action here around Mount Panorama. You can see the gap for the race lead has opened up quite a fair bit here. Anthony Jewell breaking away a little bit over Alexani, who has found a bit of trouble trying to get through lap traffic. There already is a few cars going a lap down in this early stint here. It is Jewell leading the way here. We're yet to see the first driver change. There will be coming up by the end of this first hour here. Alexani back there in second at the moment. The gap now just over 2 seconds as they come out of Hell Corner and start the 11th lap of this race here. Behind them, Jensen Herbert currently holding on to the third spot here. He's in a bit of a no man's land, running around 10 seconds adrift off the back of the second place car. Sorry, I should be corrected. 8 seconds adrift off the back of the second place car. This times you see on the left hand side of your screen are absolutes to the leader, not relative to the car in front. Behind them though, Kieran Ellis having a good run here. Kieran hanging on to P4 at the moment, ahead of his co-driver Aaron Dooley there in P4. Daniel Alderman currently at the helm in P5, leading over the Cochran brothers in P6 as they come out of Griffin's Bend here. We've already got a car in the pits making a stop here. That is the Alex Newton and Brody Cullen entry. Now I wonder if they had copped a bit of damage here. We'll just check. We've actually got Fletton Corville in the pit lane as well. Both cars getting service and coming out of the pit lane. So I'll get the inside on what's happened with them, but they are falling down the order as a result. You see Fletton Corville now in the lane, getting some service as well. Johnson and Harvey climbing the hill at the moment out of Quarry Corner and through Reed Park right now. They're currently holding on to P7 here. The wildcard entry still being driven by Ross Dallin. I might even jump in and have a steer at some point. Currently sitting in the 8th spot here. The Kenny P, Kenny Pryor and Chris Miles entry in P9. Davon McDonald entry from Davo Sim Racing starting to look a bit more damaged as they come up the hill through Quarry Corner and into Reed Park at the moment. Currently holding down P10 on the road, just in front of the second of the two Davo Sim Racing entries, Sly and Shattuck in the 11th spot. Newton and Cullen, after just taking service in the pit lane down in P12, Fletton Corville in P13, Travis Dine and Jason Mollick in the 14th spot. Bickham and Singleton, the third of the Davo Sim Racing cars in P15. And then Chris Ball and Owen Darby rounding out your 16-car field. The bodywork on that car starting to really hanging on by a thread. You can see the whole back end of the car is wobbling around as they go down Conrod Straight. Just ahead of your race leader right now. It's one of the most impressive entries so far at the moment. Kieran Ellis wheeling around with Aaron Dooley as his co-driver, due to be jumping in very soon here. Coming down through Skyline, just ahead of the Alderman and Island entry in P5. Now Alderman and Island are catching, and the gap sits at 1.5 seconds, so we'll trump on board with Daniel Alderman. Not that kind of on board, no one wants to see that. We'll go for a driver's eye cam as they come out of Forest Elbow and chase around Kieran Ellis at the moment. The battle for P4 and P5 as we approach the end of the first half an hour of the Bathurst 6 hour here at RaceKraft Simulations. just watching a bit of action here as Davon McDonald trying to find their way up the inside of... That was the Bell Hamlet car, the wildcard entry with Ross Fallon at the wheel at the moment. And they got caught up. That sees Davon McDonald trying to rejoin now. They've got the car back underway, but that little tag on the inside up at Griffin's Bend there brought them unstuck and fell down the order. Now there's got to be something wrong with this car because they were running really strong earlier in the race, and now they are seemingly struggling. The back end of the car looks okay. The front's just got minor damage. They were running inside the top 4 in the early stages. Now, what we don't get with this system is a list of when they've pitted. We can't even see whether they've pitted in the timing order, so it is hard to tell when and where these teams have been pitting. We'll be trying to keep track of that manually as we watch the teams come in. We do expect them, if they started with 77 litres, I'll do the math again live as we get along with it here, with the specs and stats thankfully provided by Trevor Leonard. 2 minutes 13 a lap at the moment. We're working on a 2:13.5, 2:14 average here. So that's 134 seconds of average lap. And 77 litres is the starting fuel at 2.6 litres per lap. So that's 29.6 litres, 29.6 laps of fuel. So call it 29 laps. So they will be due to pit just outside the first hour. So we do have about another half an hour of running before we start to see pit stops coming at you here. My math initially on that pit strategy I think was a little bit out. So the teams can go all the way on their first tank. That will see them getting past the first hour before they need to stop. If they take a full tank of fuel, that will see them getting 41 laps in on a full tank of fuel, which will see them to about an hour and a half. So then the second round of pit stops should come around about 2 hours 30. The third round of pit stops would come around about 4 hour mark. And the fourth round of pit stops will be at the 5 hours 30 mark. And then it should be a sprint to the finish. So expecting a 4-stop race here based on that short run of fuel in the early running. We'll see us come around with a sprint to the finish of about a half an hour or so towards the end of the race. If you can fuel save and really stretch those stints, you might be able to get away with the 4-stop race, or sorry, with the 3-stop race, but it is going to be a really tricky slog to get it home in that last half an hour of a 6-hour race. That is assuming, of course, we don't have any restarts, which will see everyone reset to a nominal fuel amount. So we'll figure that out as we roll through the process. We'll pick up with the Cochran brothers at the moment, climbing out of Hell Corner around this Mount Panorama circuit here. 6.2 kilometres of rolling around through 23 corners on Mount Panorama. Out of Griffin's Bend and turning to the east. Now climbing the hill as the sun shines beautifully across the top. One of the things that is a big unknown right now, and no one really knows, is where we might see some sort of dynamic weather around Mount Panorama, as Bathurst always tends to throw up a few different weather conditions. And I know Johnny loves to throw it at us for these endurance races, whether we might see some rain at some point throughout the race, and that could definitely come to play a part. Remember back we did the 6 hours of Spa with the Le Mans prototype cars, and it rained and rained and rained, and then it dried up instantly and we're back to race pace. And that really can throw a spanner in the works for many of our drivers. So it will be interesting to see what they can do. Alderman and Island just ahead of the Cochran brothers at the moment. They've moved up to P5 and still setting their sights forward on the rest of the field. They've got a gap of about 2.5 seconds up the road to the Dooley and Ellis car. It's going down Conrod Straight. You can see the bodywork from one of the Davo sim racing entries. Discarded by the side of the racetrack. As Ellis continues to hang on to this race car out of the chase. Down towards Murray's Corner. For the end of the 17th lap for this pairing. Currently just outside the podium. For Jensen at the moment. I think Jensen has lost his other co-driver. He was due to have Tom Hamlet coming to join him, but he would have lost out on that one as well, so he will be falling down and struggling as we progress with a bit of driver fatigue. 5 hours and 21 minutes to go here at RaceKraft Simulations, the 6 hours of Bathurst, with these beautiful Ginetta Gt4 cars in Automobilista 2, racing for your Sunday. Just caught a bit of trouble here for Zani. He was in a bit of strife momentarily. It seems to have been able to gather it up, but he's lost a whole bunch of time. The car looks okay. I can't show you a replay of what might have happened, but as Outlet goes to take a drink down Conrod Straight, he was in all sorts of strife trying to gather that car up across the top of the mountain. That has lost him a considerable amount of time to trying to chase Anthony Jewell up front. Meanwhile, Julesy still in control out front. We are certainly going to have to break up this team. The pairing is just too strong for the balance of performance that is in our beautiful Pro-Am League that we run here at RaceKraft Simulations. If you want to get involved, get in touch and come racing. This is open to all skill levels. You can be a total newbie to sim racing, and we have a forgiving setup that allows you to go racing with almost any skill level and have some fun. Look at the spread we have through our field here. And we do deliberately try to break up the real fast drivers to prevent unstoppable pairings from dominating these events and kind of ruining the fun for everyone else. So at the moment it is Anthony Jewell leading the way here for this pairing. Jewell and Trevor Leonard as they come out of Griffin's Bend and climb in the hill again on lap number 19. As we're running into the back part of the opening hour of racing. You've got to get that first hour out of the way. Everything comes to fall after there as we roll through the Bathurst 6 hour here from RaceKraft Simulations. Check in with the comment section of Stu McGraw jumping in the comment section. Did we get a rule on the jump start? I think the ruling on the jump start is he's not allowed to have a co-driver because no one seems to be wanting to drive with Paul Jensen at the moment. So I think the ruling is going to be driver fatigue throughout the course of the race. But if Automobilista 2 didn't automatically issue a penalty, which it would have if he had significantly jump started, it could have been a network issue that allowed him to get away. He might have seen a green light where everyone else hadn't seen one yet. But the system does have its own set of rules, and if it did issue a penalty, he would have served it and gotten underway. But he's still hanging on to third, so I don't know whether he has served anything. As it is, his penalty will be the fact that he does have to drive this solo at this rate, unless we find a co-driver to join him at some stage. Check in on our wildcard entry. Showing up as the Bell and Hamlet car. This is being driven by Ross Dallin, who's keeping it very clean at the moment. Hanging on to the 8th spot on the racetrack just ahead of Davon McDonald. Now, they did come together. I mentioned keeping it clean. They did come together a few laps ago out of Griffin's Bend here, and that saw Davon McDonald falling down the order. But it is Ross having a steer at the moment. This is our wildcard car. That's a bit of a arrive and drive, show up and drive if you want to have a crack at it. I might even jump in for a stint, or part of a stint, later on in the race to have a crack, as Tom Hamlet has arrived in the centre. So Jensen does have a co-driver, it seems. That'll be good for him. And now the penalty for Jensen's jump start is the fact that he has to co-drive with Tom Hamlin throughout the course of our 6-hour enduro. Rocking on through. 5 hours and 15 minutes left to go here at Mount Panorama. We'll check in with Alexani as he tries to drive back this margin. He's brought it back to 3.5 seconds for the second place driver at the moment. Trying to chase down your race leader of Anthony Jewell out front. Well, approaching the end of the first hour here with 5 hours and 7 minutes remaining. We follow along at the moment. It's still Anthony Jewell leading out front. We are yet to see this first round of pit stops, but they won't be too far away. If my calculations are correct, we should see some driver changes coming up with that one as well. And I might be actually stepping in to drive the wildcard entry. So this will prove interesting. I'm going to try and get a wireless headset going and should be able to commentate as we go. At the moment, though, it is Anthony Jewell leading the way here over Alex Zani, with the Zani and Lee entry in second at the moment. Jensen and Lutzu, it's just poor Jensen Herbert at the moment on a solo mission in the third spot right now. And I'm starting to see raindrops. It is starting to rain at the mountain. So this will change things very quickly because we are starting to see a bit of weather coming across Mount Panorama here at Bathurst. You can see the raindrops flicking across the screen here just towards the end of the first hour. I really signed up for a doozy to jump into the seat and drive in the wet. Daniel Alderman doing a great job at the moment. He's hanging on to P4. They got past Kieran Ellis a few moments ago, and we knew it was going to happen because they were closing up very quickly throughout that race. And that does have them into the fourth spot at the moment. Ellis back there to P5. Johnson and Harvey in 6. And the Bell and Hamlet wildcard entry in the 7th spot at the moment. Davon McDonald back to P8 over Newton and Cullen in P9. For Ken Pryor and Chris Miles entry. Rounding out your 10 here. Sloan Shattuck in the 11th spot. The Cochrane boys are having a bit of issue now. I do think they have already done their stop and driver change because Josh got out of the car and Nick is now at the wheel. So they've already done their first stop, I believe. Just judging by the driver changes. I should just mark that off on my sheet here in RaceKraft. Then Dave Flett and Spuddy Corville currently holding on to P13. Then Bickham and Singleton, Dynan and Mollick. And then the Derby, Chris Ball and Owen Darby entry. And this battle is back on for the race lead. Alex Zani has caught up to the back of Anthony Jewell. And approaching the end of the stint here, we are starting to fight for the race lead. If my calculations are correct, 65 minutes to the tank, and Zani, in these increasingly slippery conditions, is pushing Anthony Jewell onto Conrod Straight. This is getting dicey here. As the grip levels are diminishing, Julesy's got the lights on. Zani is trying to tuck under his rear wing at the moment, coming down Conrod Straight, coming up to the back of lap traffic. As the lap car pulls to the right-hand side before the chase, they both get through. Zani looks to the right-hand side. Julesy has the line covered off under brakes, but Zani will have the momentum coming off the corner and will stay with him here. Great battling for the race lead here. As we approach the end of the first hour, Julesy covering off the inside down into Murray's corner. Zani just trying to be patient at the moment. He looks to the inside down the main straight. Julesy tries to squeeze him up against the concrete wall. They're going to almost touch down the straight. Zani pushes ahead and slots into the race lead. Can he get the drive off of Hell's Corner and charge up the hill? Julesy tucks back across the side of the racetrack and they're side by side up the hill. Zani drops back to P2. A great exchange in the increasingly wet weather here at Mount Panorama. It is raining on the mountain for our RaceKraft 6 hours enduro. And John Lee should be expected to jump behind the wheel at the moment at the end of this stint here. Driver change is coming up very soon here in the wet weather for the second stint coming up. It is about a 90-minute stint length as well. So it should be very interesting. I might have to buy in a guest announcer to come in and call the action. If I'm jumping into the wildcard entry to have a steer, we'll get a guest to come in and jump around and do some chatting here. 5 hours and 3 minutes left to go. The battle for the lead still not over. Alex Zani trying to stay in touch at the moment while Anthony Jewell leads away in the 6 hours of Bathurst RaceKraft simulations. So we are across the first hour of racing. 5 hours remaining here at RaceKraft Simulations. And the pit stop's coming at you very soon here. I will be taking my leave. I'm going to hand you over to a guest announcer who's going to jump in and call some of the action as we progress. I'm going to go jump in the wildcard entry for the next stint, taking over from Ross Dallin. Just filling in the gap and doing what I can. Lucky I wore my driving shoes today. We should be ready to jump in very soon. The rain is persisting. And it does look like it is starting to grow that little bit heavier around the mountain. The lap times dropping off by a couple of seconds at the moment. It does look like the rain is here to stay for a little while here at Mount Panorama. Alexani still continuing to push Anthony Jewell at the moment. Starting to really push Julesy down the hill. The rain is coming in a lot heavier now as he tucks to the right-hand side down Conrod Straight. Looking to try and make the move. They almost touch as they turn into the chase. Zani is on the racing line. Julesy has the inside covered though. Can he pull it up on the bottom of the hill? He just gets it pulled up on the curving and will go back to the race lead. Zani tucks in behind him and sets up to have another crack at him as they come down towards Murray's Corner. The weather continuing to come down here at Mount Panorama, and Julesy still maintains the race lead at the 29th lap. Lapping in the 2:14s now, your race leaders. They're lapping a solid second or two off of what they were. They're still on slicks now, so I'm not really sure what the call is for the next stint to go to slicks, to stay on slicks or go to wets, but it does look like the weather is getting worse. So I think a lot of teams will be making the switch to wets. And look at this, Zani running it on the white line all the way up the hill. All they touch, heading up towards Griffin's Bend, and Zani tucks into the inside. Julesy's going to have to give away the spot, and Alexani grabs the lead all the way out to the curving on the exit of Griffin's Bend, up towards the cutting here. The wipers going off like crazy. And now Julesy, they touch! They touch and they somehow get away with that. Julesy did not want to let up at all. And that could have ended very badly for both of your race leaders here. They might have copped a slight amount of damage from that, but that puts a big amount of hurt on the race lead right now. They've got a good margin over the third place driver, Jensen Herbert, at the moment, back there in third. 29 seconds adrift from this battle. But Alexani now has the race lead right at the end of the stint as the weather continues to come down here at Mount Panorama. 4 hours, 56 minutes to go. We're coming up to the end of the first stint. Pit stop's coming up in just a short amount of time here at RaceKraft Simulations for the Bathurst 6 hour. Here we go, Anthony Jewell in the pit lane. So the Jewell and Leonard entry have pulled it into the pits. And they will be the first to flinch in this race lead battle. The car in front of them just coming into pit and getting some immediate damage repairs as they park it up in the pit lane. Alexani has now been released clear out in front. Just John Lee doing a bit of in-car management setup at the moment, trying to get him ready. Now, I'm not sure whether Johnny is going to take over in this driver change. And now we'll put Alec out of the car and leave Johnny to do the duties through the wet weather segment of the race. But at the moment, coming up on the back of lap traffic of Ross Dallin in the wildcard entry. That's the car I'm about to take over here. Just going a lap down to your race leaders. The Bell and Hamlet entry, currently P8 on the road as they come out of Reed Park. Anthony Jewell is out of the car. He's going to take over for a bit of guest commentary during this next stint. as I'm going to go take over driving duties from Ross Dallin once he comes into the pit lane to do the end of his stint. He does have about 14 litres left of fuel, so he will hang on at the moment. John Lee getting ready to jump behind the wheel of the Zani and Lee entry. And we're watching on screen at the moment coming across the top of the mountain. Zani just bites the wall a little bit and charges down Conrod straight. Exciting exchange, but everyone is looking to change over to wet weather tyres now as the weather well and truly settling in here at Mount Panorama. The pit stops will be exciting as the teams get ready to come in and do their driver changes any moment now. A lot of teams starting to pour into the pit lane. And I'll be handing you over to the capable hands of Anthony Jewell to take over a bit of guest commentary for the next portion of this 6 hours of Mount Panorama from RaceKraft Simulations.
Alrighty, sorry about the delay here, guys. Chris is currently behind the wheel at the moment of in the Bell Hamlet car, filling in. He's currently in 8th place, so I'm just jumping on just to fill you in what's going on. Currently, we're on lap 49 here of the Bathurst 6 hour, and the Zani Lee car is in the lead. The boss, John Lee, still behind the wheel, fresh off the flight back from overseas this morning, and he is just on 16 seconds in front of the Leonard Gill car, and we'll pick them up now. Just coming around now to start the 50th lap. And Trevor Leonard currently in the car. Pit stops should be happening soon. Hopefully this rain dies down and then everyone will be jumping on to slick tyres, but everyone now just in a bit of a holding pattern. Not really much going on at the moment. We'll jump down now to the Dooley Ellis car, have a look at them in 3rd place. Coming up with a bit of lap traffic. As he makes his way to Hell Corner. On slipstream there, waiting to make a move now, so they run up the hill, up to Ripples Bend, and there he goes, down the inside. Does he get it done? Yep, nice and easy. So he moves past that lap car, continues on. We'll move on now to the Jensen car. So these guys currently in 4th place, about a minute 18 behind John Lee. Just cruising around there by themselves at the moment, just setting a nice decent pace. Heading up now to turn 2, we'll go to the Newton Cullen car again. Coming out of Murray's Corner now. New bit of aerodynamic help there, losing the bonnet. And they are currently 5th place, a minute 46 behind. Young Alex, fresh off being nominated and winning driver of the day up at the Wanneroo Raceway yesterday, racing in the Deluxe Performance Hyundai XL class. As he heads up now to turn 2. Cullen in the car at the moment. Alex to jump in soon. We'll move on now to the 6th place Johnson Harvey car now as they head up to the cutting. Chasing the Newton Cullen car. It's Clint Harvey on the wheel at the moment. Follow them across the top of the hill. Past the Great and McPhillamy Park and running right on the edge of the curve there towards Skyline. Down through the dipper now and heading down towards the elbow. Jump up now, we'll find the 7th place, the Orleman Island car. A bit of a rearranged bodywork there. The front clips come off the car, but they're currently in 7th place. Just almost a lap behind, about 2 minutes 5 seconds off the lead. Being chased by the Bell Hamlet car, currently in 8th place. So pit stops will be happening soon. Alexani now. Starting to get ready to jump in. He'll be taking over from John Lee. Times are coming down at the front. Trevor Leonard's actually got the gap down to 8.5 seconds now. He's really pulling the pressure on the jump. Move back now, just keep going through the field. The Bell Hamlet car. Now, just a wild card one with commentator Chris Mitchell behind the wheel there now as he's coming down into Murray's Corner to complete another lap. Oh, running a bit wide there on the grass. The Alderman Island cars in the pits there to fix the damage. Follow now, we'll jump onto the Cochrane car. Cochrane behind the wheel there at the moment. He's been in for last 30 odd laps. Moving up now to 8th place as he chases the Bell Hamlet car in 7th. See the Alderman Island car just coming out of the pits now. Repair their damage, they've dropped back to 9th. We'll move on to the Dave Owen McDonald car. Again, one of the ones with the front bonnets come off the car. A few scuff marks down the side, but they're doing well in 10th spot. Comes through to complete another lap, running about the 2:26 mark, so a little bit off the pace, but nice and consistent. Back down now, 11th place. Another one of our blue cars, the Blickman Singleton car. They're running 11th. Couple of laps off the lead. Now pit stops will be coming up, so hopefully they'll be able to get at least one of those laps back. Keep moving down the field. Chasing the Shaddix, sorry. They're in 12th, and just behind the big Sydney car. Only a couple of seconds behind, so we'll follow him across the top. Pit stops be happening quite soon, I'd say. A lot of guys will still be staying on the wet tyres. The weather doesn't look like it's holding up, going to be going anytime soon. So it'll be interesting to see if some of the guys will stay and do a double stint, or will hand over to their co-drivers to continue on. See what strategy they want to play as the Schley car in 12th there runs a bit wide at the elbow and hits the wall. Heads now down Conrod Straight, didn't lose too much time as he chases down the 11th place car. Stay with this battle, see if we can run him down. Slightly closing in on him there, bringing the gap down to about half a second now. Over the curve there at Murray's, heading off on another lap. We'll move on now to 13th place. Again, coming down towards Murray's. Head back to the lead now. Trevor Leonard has run down Big Johnny right on his tail now as I head down towards the elbow. You can tell now, I can see there's nothing in it. Head down Conrod now. Trevor Leonard's right in the slipstream now of John Lee, flashing the lights to say, move over mate, I'm coming through. Heading down now to the chase. Oh, Leonard's looking towards the outside. It's going to be a brave move in the wet. John runs him wide into the grass. Oh, but he still pulls it off. Fantastic move. See now what if John... Oh, bit of Leonard's covering. John switches to the outside. Bit late. Oh... Runs it a bit deep and Trevor Leonard continues on into the lead now. We'll see if he can... John's running a bit wide in the grass there. Keep her on the black stuff, John. Trevor Leonard now will skip away to a bit of a lead, or will John be able to stick with him? So coming up to the halfway mark here now, almost 2 hours 56 minutes into the race. And I'll have a break now. I'm going to go get ready for my stint, and Chris will be back with you shortly.
very warm welcome back to anyone who was missing me during this period. I was spending the last 95 or so minutes wheeling around the Bell Hamlet wildcard car, which they couldn't find anyone to go faster than me, so they decided to retire the car. You know, got to finish on a high, right? All good fun wheeling around. I had the wet stint, which was always good fun. Let's check in just about near the halfway point of the race. Your leaders during that stint, the Leonard and Jewel car took over the race lead over the Zani and Lee entry. Now Alexani is back in the car, but 55 seconds off the lead of the race here. So it is Anthony Jewel leading the way at the moment over Trevor Leonard with his teammate. Back in second, Alexani making his way around. The times are starting to drop back down. We're down into the 2:13s. The weather has already subsided and the wet tyres thrown out in favour of nice, fresh, hard, slick tyres to get us through this next stint. Alexani back there in the second spot, making his way up the hill, just out of the cutting through Quarry Corner, Reed Park, and making his way through the left-handers at Frog Hollow and through Solomon Park. Just diving through the hollow now, through Solomon, right up against the wall, through the left-hander, then airs it out over the top into McPhillamy Park, and the run towards the skyline. Brock's skyline, of course. Alexani sitting some 54 seconds further back, but he is going to be on the mission. Zani will have the veins throbbing, the arms pumping, as he's going to try and churn out some incredible laps over the next 60 minutes or so to try and close up this gap for the race lead. Back there in third, a very good surprising entry at the moment. Kieran Ellis and Aaron Dooley having a great run here, a minute and 30 off the lead, but they are running very solid in third place right now. I think it's Kieran at the helm at the moment, wheeling that around. He's having a great drive, keeping the car clean, which is one of the key items during a race like this over the period of 6 hours. Keep it clean, don't have to take repairs, don't slow down the overall pace of the car, just keep it running and he'll be in fine form. In P4 at the moment, Jensen Herbert having a good run here. Is he still driving solo, Jensen? Oh, Tom Hamlet he's wheeling with. Tom's not in the car though, so Jensen having a wheel into the 4th spot at the moment. Grant Johnson and Clint Harvey holding on to P5 here, having a run at it. 2 minutes and 25 seconds off the lead of the race at the moment, so over a lap off the pace now, so you're top 4 on the lead lap so far. That will probably thin out to, let's say the top 3 will end up on the lead lap by the end of this race. Just over 3 hours and 5 minutes to go. We go back further again. Daniel Alderman and Cody Ireland in the pit lane at the moment, doing a driver change. Cody is out of the seat. Alderman straps himself in, ready to rock and roll. Just taking the last of their service in the pit lane at the moment. They'll rejoin. They'll probably drop down behind the Cochran brothers at the moment. The Cochran boys circulating. That car is starting to look a little bit worse for wear as we hit the halfway point of the race here. The Davo Sim Racing entry from Geraldton of Davo and McDonald, presented by RSW Graphics, making their way up towards the cutting here. Currently into the 9th spot over Travis Dynan and Jason Molek, working their way around here, running out your top 10. Sly and Shattuck in the 11th spot, having a decent run, but that car is continuing to look worse and worse for wear as we progress through this 6-hour endurance race. Now missing the entire front clip, headlights and all, no front splitter, no downforce, maximum cooling though, which is always good in an endurance race here. The wheat belt entry, Kenny Pryor and Chris Miles. The Kenny P entry in P12 here, Bickham and Singleton. The cleanest of the 3 Davo Sim Racing entries. Now either that's just taken repairs in the pit lane, or they've been keeping their nose very clean, but last time I looked at that car was looking a bit beat up, so they have taken some repairs down in the 13th spot. Dave Flett and Spuddy Carville in the 14th spot here. And then the B Derby entry, Chris Ball and Owen Darby rounding out your 15 cars on the racetrack. We did retire the Bell Hamlet car that I was driving, currently in the pits, and that is out of this race. So 15 cars remain here with 3 hours and 5 minutes on the dot remaining in this race here. The RaceKraft 6 hours of Bathurst working their way around. We're going to grab a lap here with Alexani because he is absolutely wheeling this thing. We'll jump inside for a full lap of Mount Panorama with Alexani. Checking in as we hit the 3-hour mark, or just shy of it. The battle for third, well and truly heating up here. Jensen fighting it out with Kieran Ellis at the moment for that third spot on the racetrack here. That Ellis and Dooley car looking a little worse for wear in the last few moments. They must have had a big off and a clout with the wall, because that is well and truly beat up. You can see all the internals around the engine. So I'd say it's gone into the wall hard somewhere across the top of the mountain and has done some damage to that car. That puts Kieran in a bit of an awkward spot now, because it is pretty early in the stint for these guys. On my calculations, they all would have stopped around that 2.5 hour mark. I know I went a bit further on. I went past to about 2 hours 45 and came back into this race as Jensen tries it around the outside at Griffin's Bend and gets it done. Nicely done from Jensen Herbert there. Getting it over the top. Kieran Ellis, that's for third on the racetrack. So the Ellis and Dooley car will now drop back to P4 in this race, but they'll need a bit of repairs at the turn of the next pit stop. Estimating the next pit stop should come at the 4-hour marker, so we'll be close to the pit stops in about an hour's time. It's a very long stint in these cars that you can do here. A 6-hour endurance race, 108 litre fuel tank, and everyone will just be going full tanks at the moment, 108 litres at a time, and trying to potentially fuel save, because if you can go past 4 hours, if you can even push it to 4 hours and 20, you should be able to get and stretch out. You might be able to fuel save and drop that last fuel stop. By the dumb calculations, it was pitting at 1 hour and 5, 2 hours and 30, 4 hours, and then 5 hours and 30. That was by some pretty rough margins, but there's a potential to 3-stop the race if you're feeling like conserving fuel, and that could be the margin here, because that pit stop time can really take a lot out of these cars. As we watch now, Jensen's actually managed to open up a gap over Ellis. They do look like different cars, but they are the same spec listed from Paint Job on the cars. As we finally hit the halfway point, 3 hours down, 3 hours remaining here at RaceKraft Simulations, the 6 hours of Bathurst. Anthony Jewell leading the way still in that Leonard and Jewell entry, but the gap has come down. We'll check in now with your race leader here. He's showing a bit of damage on the back of the car as they come down Conrod Straight. He's just putting a lap on one of the Davo Sim Racing entries, the boys from Geraldton joining us for the race, but a bit of damage in the back end of the Ginetta there for Anthony Jewell and Trevor Leonard, making their way down towards the chase. Topping at the top of 6th gear, hard on the brakes down the hill. Jumping on the noise to drive it down to the bridge. Down towards Murray's Corner at the final corner of the 23 available here at Mount Panorama. 6.2 kilometres and a maximum elevation change from the highest to the lowest of 174 metres. It's a lot of climbing and falling at this track. Julesy goes across the line, starts lap 79 of Mount Panorama here, leading out. But that gap is starting to come down. Alex Zani is on an absolute mission. Last lap by 2:15.8 for Anthony Jewell. Zani with a 2:13.5 last time by, and he's closing that gap down further. He's down to 49 seconds. He was 53 seconds a few laps ago. So he's starting to really eat away at that margin, and he's keeping the race car clean, which is something that Alex Zani very good at doing in these conditions. The right-hand side of the car a little bit scuffed up, but otherwise looking very good there. The Valerio number 13 Ginetta Gt4 car. Zani choosing to use the jink shifter to pluck it up and down the gears around Mount Panorama here. We'll come across the line and we'll check that official margin. It's 49 seconds this time across the stripe, so we'll see whether he can continue working on that. But his lap time, a 2:13.7 over Julesy with a 2:15.8 last time across. So it took out 2 seconds from Julesy last time across. Jensen Herbert back there in third now, lapping at a 2:14.2. He's only a few tenths of a second slower than Zani at this point in the race. So Jensen doing a great job of it, just coming up on the back of a bit of traffic down Conrod Straight. This will hold him up a little bit, but he dives to the inside under brakes. A smart late move there from Jensen. Gets it done on one of the lap cars. And will now set his sights forward as one of the lap cars in the background just firing it into the wall at the High Tech Oils Bridge. Jensen looks for a move up the inside of Murray's Corner. Couldn't quite get it far alongside for an overlap, but the lap car should now let him go down the front straight here and button out of it and let Jensen continue on his way. This is third place on the road. And you can see in the background there Kieran Ellis in the Dooley and Ellis entry, lapping a fair way off the pace here, 2.5 seconds a lap. Last time across the stripe was a 2:14.3 for Jensen, a 2:16.7 Kieran Ellis behind there in P4 at the moment, just climbing the hill towards Griffin's Bend on lap 79 of this race. Further behind P5, Johnson and Harvey are lapping quicker now, but they are a very solid 43 seconds adrift from this car at the moment. Oh, Ellis very wide there at Griffin's Bend, finds the wall on the outside. Kieran now seemingly starting to struggle. Now the conditions have come around to the dry conditions, you need to push a little bit harder to extract the speed from the car, and it seems like Kieran is finding some trouble in his attempts to push the Ginetta around the Bathurst circuit here. The gap sitting at 43 seconds over the 5th place cars. Grant Johnson and Clint Harvey making their way around here in P5. We'll check in with them, see what they're looking like in the moment. They're keeping a nice clean race car underneath them, which is something these two are pretty decent at doing here. Very well established drivers in their own right here in Western Australia. Keeping it clean coming out of Griffin's Bend up towards the cutting on their 80th lap of the circuit at the moment. See the licks of flame from the pipes. Oh, a bit out of shape there, and he had to grab a big bite on the brakes there for the Johnson and Harvey entry. That looked rather awkward. There's Grant at the wheel at the moment, working his way around as he heads across the top of the mountain, down through Frog Hollow, and on the run towards McPhillamy Park. Great part of the racetrack here. Absolute commitment to keep it tucked in and use all of the racetrack before you make the run down towards Brock Skyline. Down the hill under brakes towards the S's and the Dipper. Making your run around towards Forest Elbow here. Just a couple of fast left-right direction changes and hard on the brakes again down towards Forest Elbow. Tuck it into the bank and get on the power early. Set your car up for the long run down Conrod Straight. So an opportunity to breathe. Have a look around. Take in the scenery for just a brief moment before you set yourself up for a fast run through the chase. Down towards turns 21 and 22. Just making a lap here on one of the Davo sim racing cars from up north in Geraldton. Making the run down the hill as the Davo's car goes off the racetrack. Right behind him here. That's your top 5. Johnson and Harvey currently completing that. Behind them, Newton and Cullen having a good run here. They're 3 minutes and 45 off the race lead, so not far off going 2 laps down from your race leaders of Anthony Jewell and Trevor Leonard at the moment. 2 hours 54 left in the race here. The Cochran brothers holding on to P7 at the moment here, doing a fine job of it as well. They qualified well. They're something like 30 seconds off the back of the 6th place car of Alex Newton and Brody Cullen. Daniel Alderman and Cody Ireland another 10, 11 seconds further back here in P7. And then Davo and McDonald back there in P9. Dynan and Molek rounding out your top 10. That's a run through your top 10 here at the 3-hour marker. We're now 2 hours, 53 minutes and 35 seconds away from a finish here. The RaceKraft 6-hour Enduro here at RaceKraft Simulations, racing GT4 Ginettas around Mount Panorama. checking in. 2 hours and 37 minutes left to go here for the 6 hours of Bathurst. And RaceKraft Simulations, we've been following along a while. The rise of the Johnson and Harvey entry. Grant Johnson at the wheel at the moment. These guys were a fair way down the order a couple of hours ago, but they've been slowly climbing through the ranks. There was a period of time where they were down in 6th and 7th. Now they're in 4th. They're a minute behind the 3rd place entry of Jensen, but they are on the move. We'll see if they can lap it up. Last couple of times by, they have been slower than Jensen Herbert's entry, so they do need to pull the finger out if they want to get there. But the key part is here, they're keeping a clean and straight race car, which is one of the important things with this kind of racing. You're going to go a long way. Speaking of keeping a clean and straight race car, Alexani looking like he's got a clean race car now after he found the back of a lapped car earlier in the race that caused him some pretty significant damage to the front end of the car. They had to pit and take repairs, so he is way down the order now. He dropped the 3rd for a moment, and now he's back up in the 2nd, but now a full minute and 37 off the race lead. And once again, Anthony Jewell out front in the Leonard/Jewell car, leading the way here. Julesy feeling confident today about being able to win another of the RaceKraft Enduros. Before we're going to change the rules. We're going to stop them racing together as teammates, and we're going to give we're going to hand Julesy over into a pro-am situation to try and level the playing field a little bit and help space out this racing field. It's always a fun time doing this with RaceKraft Simulations. We do these endurance events pretty regularly. You can join our regular league night racing as well. You can race from home if you're a customer of RaceKraft, or you can come in the centre and use our esports facility to race with us here. Just get in touch with John for racing. I think we're racing Monday nights at the moment for the RaceKraft Simulations league nights. Might have to get back into doing some league nights over the winter. Might have to either resubmit my Automobilista 2 program at home and get that actually working on my home computer, or come in the centre and have a race with the boys. It's always good fun, no pressure racing, good fun times on a weeknights. Fun for all abilities, whether you're new to sim racing or you're an experienced race car driver and you're looking for an outlet to push the limits of your driving abilities. Get in touch and come and join us at RaceKraft Simulations. Outside the top 4, the Dooley/Ellis entry, still in P5 at the moment. Trying to hang on to it here, so they must have taken a pit stop recently and taken some repairs on that car. It's looking a little bit better than it was before, holding on to P5 at the moment. 3 minutes and 2 off the race lead here, just ahead of Alex Newton, Brody Cullen in the 6th spot. The Cochrane boys in P7, and Alderman and Ireland rounding out the 8th spot. Davon McDonald still in P9, doing a very solid job of it here. Jarvis Dynan and Jason Molek rounding out the top 10. Sloan Shattuck in 11, the Kenny Pryor entry. KP and Chris Miles hanging on to the 12th spot. Fletton Carville in P13, Bickham and Singleton 14, and then Chris Ball and Owen Darby entry running at your 15 on the racetrack here. Racing around Bathurst, there's plenty of real estate to put your car in, so bit of a lonely drive for a few guys out here at the moment. Just trying to stay in touch, circulate these race cars, keep them pointed the right direction, and hang on to it over the course of this race. We are 2 hours and 33 minutes and 35 seconds away from the finishing flag here around Mount Panorama. Things will start to get very interesting approaching this 3rd round of pit stops. Expecting the 3rd round of pit stop to come around the 4-hour marker, but this will start to tell the tale of who's trying to go long on fuel or who is trying to just rock through the 4-stopper. If you run a 4-stopper based on the hour and a half intervals of the fuel tank, you're looking around 5 hours 30 in a 6 hours race. So you could potentially try and save fuel over the full course of the race, but then you're at the whims of whoever wants to inflict some damage on your race car. Time will tell who will have the best race car towards the end, and that final hour of racing will be the proof here. The RaceKraft 6-hour Enduro from Mount Panorama, rocking away with 2 hours and 32 minutes remaining. 2 hours and 20 minutes to go. We're checking in with a bit of action starting to come to us here, as the gaps are starting to close down in the battle for 6th and 7th. There is the Cochrane boys, and in the background you can see Alderman and Island starting to close up this gap, wanting to put the pressure on. This is the battle for 6th here. As we're approaching 2/3 race distance, we won't be far off seeing what could be the last round of pit stops for most drivers if they're looking to go that long run 3-stop strategy. The issue is going to be towards the end of the race whether they can make the car survive the race distance and keep it clean without copping any damage. If you're trying to long run the car and go those ultra long stints and fuel saving to try and 3-stop the race, and then if you have an incident in that final stint, then it undoes all your hard work that you put in over the last few hours. Something that's kind of easy to say and do in the real world, but in sim racing the crashes are much more frequent. So much easier said than done in the world of simulator racing. There's the gap here, 4 minutes and 48 behind the leader to 4 minutes and 52 behind the leader. And the Cochranes for the Alderman and Island entry. This is a battle for P6. Now 6-hour enduro here at RaceKraft Simulations. Making our run towards 2 hours remaining in the 6-hour enduro of Bathurst here at RaceKraft Simulations. This battle has been simmering along nicely for about the last 20 minutes, half an hour, but is now starting to really heat up as Alderman and Island start to really put the pressure on the Cochrane brothers. Daniel Alderman at the wheel at the moment of the number 114 machine, pouring the pressure on. This is a battle for 6th on the road. The battle's further up here. Kieran Ellis has been driving his way up onto the back of the Johnson and Harvey entry in the battle for 4th and 5th, just ahead of them. You look at the timing, you can see that battle sits at about 16 seconds on the racetrack as it is. We have 2 hours and 7 minutes to go. We're going to stay with this battle though, but a quick check-in. We'll go through your running order. It's still Anthony Jewell out front. Trevor Leonard is calling the shots for them. They're going to be looking for another round of pit stops coming up very soon here with 1 minute and 34 remaining. 1 minute and 34 the gap, I should say, over second place of Alexani and John Lee here. We go back to Zani. He's still wheeling this thing around. He's been keeping his nose rather clean, but they're so closely matched on pace that Alec has really been unable to extract anything out from that gap. And he'd be really banking on a mistake or a problem here for Jewell and Leonard to be able to close down that 1 minute and 36 gap that they have for second place. Back to third, Jensen Herbert has a minute comfortably, 1 minute and 9 seconds even, over the 4th place driver. Jensen just circulating. He's lost his bonnet at some stage around the racetrack, but circulating very nicely, holding on to the 3rd spot here. His co-driver Tom Hamlet putting in the effort to try and help him out, and they are working on it. But Jensen is having a solid run by himself at the moment. In a bit of a no man's land, he's about 20 seconds off the back of Alexani in second, and 1 minute and then some clear over the Johnson and Harvey combination, currently sitting in P4th. We go back, Johnson and Harvey in P4 here, keeping the nose rather clean, staying in touch at the moment, doing a great job of it here. Back to Kieran Ellis in the 5th spot, lapping 17 seconds, and there's been a big one. There's been a massive one. Oh dear. Down Conrod straight, and that has been a huge one. Daniel Alderman has found one of the Davo sim racing cars, and they've got into a huge amount of strife together, and that has really cost him. He was right on the back of the Cochrane boys, trying to race them for the 6th spot, but that has left them unstuck, and man, oh man, that's really going to hurt their race. They are completely out of contention in this one. Back to P7, and now 10 seconds, not a minute. I've got to read these times, it's hard. Over 10 seconds off the back of the Cochrane boys in the fight for P6. That has got to hurt, unfortunately, for those guys. Back to P7 where they were unable to fight. Back to the Davo and McDonald car in P8. About 20 seconds clear of Newton and Cullen in P9. Dynan and Mollick 6 minutes further adrift back there in P10. This is where they go, and we've just lost the bonnet off that car. Coming down Conrod straight towards the chase. Number 67 entry, losing the bonnet in that one. Sly and Shattuck in the 11th spot. So the battle we were keen on watching, we just missed it as we were sifting through the field here. We'll see if they can close this up again. 10.5 seconds is the gap for Daniel Alderman in this stint. 2 hours and 3 minutes to go. We've been looking down the barrel of our next round of pit stops coming up here, which could be our last round for some teams if they're looking to really stretch it. But I think we are going to see a 4-stop race today. 3rd round of pit stops coming up very soon here. 2 hours and 3 minutes left to go. The RaceKraft is 6 hour of Bathurst Enduro. Rocking around. It's still Leonard and Jewell leading the way over the Zani and Lee entry. Jensen and Hamlet in the 3rd spot. Johnson and Harvey in P4. Dooley and Ellis in P5. Over Cochrane's, Alderman and Island, Davo and McDonald, Newton and Cullen, Dynan and Mollick rounding out your top 10. This could be a turning point of the race here. 4 hours in with 2 hours to go. A driver change. Daniel Alderman out of the seat. Cody Ireland about to jump in here. So they've given up on that battle. They were trying to chase the Cochrane boys for P6 on the racetrack. And they will lose out on track position. Davo and McDonald will likely go through here. And we'll see here. Cody Ireland may do the single stint and may throw Daniel Alderman in towards the end here. Then he might double stint the car all the way to the finish. They can't get home with 2 hours to go on the single tank of fuel. They will need to stop again unless they can absolutely hypermile the car, but then they're going to be rolling around at a dreadful pace. That's not going to help them at all. So time will tell here, and we'll see what our leaders are looking like, because we're going to be starting to get closer to this third stint in the race here. With 2 hours left to go, we're now into the final 2 hours of racing. It's going to be long ones, big stints in this Bathurst 6 hours. We follow Alexani still maintaining that 1 minute 32nd. 1 minute 37 off the back of Anthony Jewell, your race leader. Julesy leads the way as he comes down through the chase at the bottom of the hill here on the run towards Murray's Corner. Won't be far along before he's going to be due to come in the pits and swap out with Trevor Leonard, who'll be looking to take over the driver's seat for a little bit here, maybe towards the last stint or even a double all the way to the finish of the race here. Jensen, meanwhile, still 25 seconds off the back of Alexani, sitting in second. Jensen in third. He's just doing a solid job keeping it clean there in P3 on the racetrack. So while it may have taken 10 minutes to get this job done, they are back in this fight. P6 and 7 on the racetrack. Cody Island has been on the job, trying to drive it back to fight with the Cochrans again after getting caught up in the Davo Sim Racing entry a little while ago. They're back in this fight now, having a crack at it here, down through Skyline. Nick Cochran at the helm at the moment, the 27 Ginetta Gt4 entry, trying to hang on to this here, but Cody Island has been driving this back. It was out to almost 20 seconds after that crash that happened earlier. They came in, they got some repairs, and they're in the fight now and trying to chase him down here. The 1 hour 48 left to go here. Trying to chase it down. Down Conrod Straight, the gap sits at just over half a second. Cochrane back to Island, P6 and 7 on the road. There's some great gaps and racing happening through this field here. And for a short period of time, there was 4 cars separated by less than 20 seconds, but then couple of pit stops here and there has spread themselves out again. As they come around onto the main straightaway here. We'll keep an eye on this one. Cody Island trying to put the job onto the Cochrane boys and take this fight to them for P6 in your RaceKraft 6 hours of Bathurst. This battle continues to rage on. We let it simmer for a couple of minutes. We come back and the gap is just slightly less than half a second. It was about 0.6 of a second last time around. Oh, Cochrane's off the road at Murray's Corner. And there you go. He's just done it. He's given it to him. Nick Cochrane fell off the racetrack. Gave it to Cody Island. It's all Nick's fault. So they have given up on that spot now. Back to P7. They hold on to about 15 seconds over the Alex Newton and Brody Cutler entry back there in P8. Battle has gone away. That allows Ireland to drive it through into P6. 3 minutes outside of the top 5. You'd have to hope for a miracle to get up there into the top 5 at the moment. The battle at the pointy end of the field, though, getting a little bit interesting again. I know they're a bit out of sequence on the pit stops. Oh, Cochrane finds the wall again at Skyline. Over-rotated it coming out of McPhillamy Park and caught the inside wall. Trying to navigate his way around some lap traffic, and that has really hurt him. But check this out. The gap for the race lead. 3.7 seconds is the gap. Jewel and Leonard doing the driver change in that last pit stop. Sees Alexani back into the fight for the moment. Assuming that everyone still needs to pit once more. They might have gotten out of sequence, but I think Alexani and John Lee have driven themselves back into this race somehow, because you could almost guarantee both of them still have to pit one more time in this race. It's 1 hour 43 till the finish, and this is going to be uber tight. I think Cochrane's are off in the wars again. And yes, they are, because that is a bin job. Cochrane's have, their race has gone from bad to worse, and they are copping some serious damage now. And the back of that car is really barely hanging on. In the background, you can see Newton and Cullen coming for him here, trying to chase him down for P7. Their race is falling apart. The wheels are falling off the wagon. Struggling to hang on to it here. 1 hour 42 left to go. But we'll keep an eye on this battle at the pointy end of the field because Leonard and Jewel leading the way. 4.5 seconds clear. So down through the dipper at the moment goes Leonard. And behind them, Zani now through the dipper. He's only 4 seconds off the back of him. In the battle for the race lead here. After 4 hours and 18 minutes of racing, 4 seconds separates your top two. And only another 40 seconds further back is Jensen. Back there in third, Johnson and Harvey, another minute and 10 further behind in P4. Dooley and Ellis, another 20 seconds further back, rounding out your top five. That's how they stand in your RaceKraft 6 hours of Bathurst. Rocking the Ginetta Gt4 around Mount Panorama. 1 hour 35, less than that now left to go. This race is going to start to get very interesting towards the final hour, as we're in the final quarter of this 6-hour enduro. Kieran Ellis in the pit lane after he's been in the wars a bit recently, finding the walls and the concrete and all sorts of trouble. They were up the order a little bit. Jensen just taking the pit stop and getting some repair done to his car. He's back out on the racetrack. And you would say with an hour and 35, it's going to be on the edge of running it to the finish. Jensen and Hamlet could drive this all the way to the end here. And you'd have to say they're probably expecting to stay where they are in third. It's going to take a big mission. Look at this though. Johnson and Harvey now up into fourth. 3 minutes off the race lead. There's only 2 cars on the lead lap, and they are separated by less than 4 seconds. Trevor Leonard leading the way. Trevor Leonard down through the dipper and the S's now. The run towards Forest Elbow leads the way. Just a minor amount of damage on the car. They do need to pit once more here. Your 2 lead cars do need one more pit stop. Alexani behind does need to give up the driving duties at some point over the next hour, and he'll hand over to John Lee towards the end of the race, which could set up an absolute thriller here. The Bathurst 6 hour, as a bonnet goes flying through the air down Conrod Straight, gets cleaned up by Zani coming down the line. Could be all to play for here. Following Zani down into the braking zone at the bottom of the hill. Down through the gears to second. Gets on the power, drives it off the turn. The run towards the High-Tech Oils bridge. Staying in touch, down to 3.5 seconds the gap from Leonard back to Zani at the moment. Now the trick will be to ask and figure out whether Anthony Jewell is going to be back in the seat for the final stint at the next pit stop, or whether they'll leave Trevor Leonard in there for that final run, because it could be only about half an hour running it towards the end. It really is about all they need to get these cars to the finish here. 1 hour 32 left to go. We're getting closer and closer to defining minutes, the very defining moments of this race here at RaceKraft Simulations. Here we are, 90 minutes to go in the 6 hours of Bathurst Enduro here at RaceKraft Simulations. We are closing down to this final round of pit stops coming at you very soon here, and not far away from getting towards it here. Alexani on screen at the moment. He's been working away at some fuel calculations, trying to decide whether he's going to have enough fuel to hand over to John Lee and get him to the finish here. With 90 minutes left in the race, they are needing to pit sometime soon and get it home to the finish, get it filled up, and and get them going. But he's been closing the gap down little by little, bit by bit, closing this down to inside 3 seconds off the back of Trevor Leonard for the race lead here. Let's go on board, see how hard he's sending it for a lap around Mount Panorama. Starting to cross the top of the hill. We'll take it on board from McPhillamy Park. Last little while we've been riding on along with Alexani, trying to close this gap to Trevor Leonard. He's managed to bring it down to about 2.1 seconds, but can't seem to make a big measurable dent in it over the course of a lap. It was 2.5 seconds behind 2 laps to go when we started going on board with Alec. At this point of the lap, now just at 2.1 as they come down towards Skyline. The difference between them here is Zani is running that fuel tank right down at the moment. Leonard is on a much heavier fuel load. that doesn't seem to really impact these cars too much. Either that or Leonard actually has a fair difference in lap speed. As they come onto the Conrod straight, 2 seconds the gap here. Zani really needs to find something, get in front and try and build a buffer before he hands over to the teammate. John Lee going to be jumping in as the bonnet is up in the air of Trevor Leonard. He's lost the bonnet down the racetrack, I think. Go to an outside view. We'll jump on board. We'll grab... My mouse cursor's gone. Don't want to click the exit button. That would be disastrous. Yeah, the bonnet has come off. Imagine if we click the exit button at this point of the day. Just to ruin everyone's day. We'd have a 1 hour sprint race with a 5 hour warm up. So Trevor Leonard down the line, 1.5 seconds the gap. So Zani considerably faster in the back end of the lap through those last few corners. Because he was 2 seconds leaving Forest Elbow at turn 18 and somehow managed to find half a second before they hit the pit straight just 5 corners later. So a big difference in speed there. It might be Leonard hampering a bit of damage, or just that extra fuel load is helping or hurting him down those long straights. The gap sitting at 1.3 seconds now for the race lead between Leonard and Zani. Jensen back there in P3 here. Johnson and Harvey in P4. And they're about 30 seconds apart here. Johnson and Harvey continuing to try and lap pretty decent and close his gap here. Dooley and Ellis back there in P5. Alderman and Ireland now coming up onto the back of one of the Davo Sim Racing entries, trying to find their way around here. Cody Ireland just stressing a little bit of frustration, trying to find his way through and get the job done here to stay in P6 and stay ahead of the Newton and Cullen entry. Circulating in P7 at the moment. There's a few pretty beat up race cars getting around the track here at this stage of our 6 hour enduro. 6 hours can certainly take its toll around Mount Panorama here. Newton and Cullen down through Murray's Corner onto the main straightaway, the 99 car crossing over to start lap 121 in our 6 hour enduro as the Flett and Carville entry now into the pit lane here. The Cochrane boys back there in P8 with an hour and 22 left on the clock here. Davon McDonald back there in P9 and Travis Stein and Jason Molek rounding out your top 10. So here's the gap, half a second now is the difference. The battle is on for the race lead here. Alex Zani trying to push the envelope right up onto the back of Trevor Leonard. Wanting to see if he can get this done and hand over a leading race car to his teammate as they approach the final stint here. We'll follow along this battle. We'll see if Zani can make something happen. Closing right up into the back. He pulls up to the inside towards Hell's Corner. Hard on the brakes. This is a move for the race lead in the final 20% of the race. But Leonard tries to hang it around the outside. It's going to be a drag race up the hill. Zani tucks in behind into slipstream. Gets a bit of helping tow. Pulls back out again side by side as they crest the hill towards Griffin's Bend. Zani even hopping in the seat. They're almost rubbing quarter panels into Griffin's. Alec has to go round the outside, doing it the hard way. He's all over the curbing, and Leonard will get the drive off the corner. That extra fuel load, putting more weight in the rear tyres, gets the drive off the turn, come from Griffin's Bend. And Trevor Leonard will hang on to the race lead. This is a battle that's been brewing for 4.5 hours now. Alex Zani incredibly determined to make sure that Anthony Jewell cannot boast about winning another RaceKraft Enduro. How many has he won now? He's won 3 in a row. Well, this will be... If he wins this, it'll be 3 in a row. So it's not that good of a record. Julesy just likes to boast. Down through the dipper at the top of the mountain. Zani got the lights ablaze, trying to stay in touch at the moment. Alexani with less than 3 laps of fuel left in the car. Time is a ticking before he has to hand over to John Lee. He's even doing the old karting trick. Got the head down behind the NASA panel. Trying to get every aerodynamic advantage he can. to try and make this impossible move somehow stick. Down towards Murray's corner. Zani pulls out, looks under brakes. It's going to be a hard dive to get it done. Leonard doesn't fight him here. Zani immediately moves over to counter on the inside towards Hell's corner. Leonard is tempted for a look to the inside, but decides better of it. Now Zani has the lead, and he will get to experience the feeling of leading the race for at least a lap before he has to hand over to John Lee, his teammate, to take home the remainder of this race. Climbing the hill towards Griffin's Bend. Now Leonard has the advantage of being able to sit back in the tow, save a little bit of fuel, just conserve, and wait for the move to come to him as they go through Griffin's. Zani right out towards the curving on the exit as they nip across towards the cutting. Oh, Leonard finds the wall at Reed Park. Just caught the left-hand side on the wall there. That's given away some time. Has that hurt the race car? We'll find out over the next couple of laps whether that's really hurt him or not. The gap has blown out to a little over a second. And Julesy is getting anxious watching on here. It's almost as if Julesy knows, though, that John Lee's about to step into this car. Take from that what you will, that John Lee is about to assume the race lead. With an hour and 17 left on the clock as they come down Conrod Straight, Zani and Lee leading the way. Johnny Lee doing some stretches, limbering up before he straps himself into the cockpit for about an hour and 15 minutes worth of racing towards the back end of this 6-hour enduro here at RaceKraft Simulations. So here we are with the defining moment of the race. With an hour and 14 left to go, the final pit stop for Yazani and Lee team. John Lee strapping into the rig and getting ready to rock and roll. They're in the pit lane, copying that last bit of service. A fill up on fuel, a change of tyres, a change out of the nut behind the wheel. And John Lee is primed and ready. So the condition that Alexani handed over to him was a race-leading car in pretty good nick here. John Lee takes over and will rejoin very soon. Now this will put him well out of sync from your race leader, Trevor Leonard, who has reassumed the race lead at the moment, but is still yet to pit one more time to hand over to Anthony Jewell towards the end. Leonard flirting with the walls across the top of McPhillamy Park. The run down towards Skyline, rolling it through, down through the gears, where he tucks it into the S's and the dipper. Bringing it back up through the gears. Now this is a critical moment for Trevor. He could put some damage in the rest of the field here and really throw down some solid lap times. See what he can do to try and open up some sort of a margin by the time they take their pit stop and rejoin this race. Behind them, Jensen in the third spot here, hanging on. Doing a fine job of it as well. 2 minutes and 50 off the lead here. Johnson and Harvey back there, 3 minutes 26 off the race lead in P4. Dooley and Ellis, 4 minutes off the race lead. Then another 2 minute margin back to Newton and Cullen in P6. A solid little battle though. Let's check this out. Cody Island right on the back of Alex Newton fighting it out here. That's for P6 and 7 on the racetrack, and Cody has completely removed the front clip from the race car. But he's trying to put the pressure on Alex Newton at the moment for P6 on the road. This is a tight little battle here in the remaining stages as we approach the final hour of racing here at Mount Panorama for our Bathurst 6 hour. just a few minutes away from embarking into our journey, that it would be the final hour of racing. We'll follow along in a moment. Jensen and Hamlin hanging on to third on the racetrack here. Got themselves a bit of a gap as our relative timings on the left-hand side of our screen start to play up a little bit. They've got themselves a 40-second gap almost. It's down to about 37 seconds over the Johnson and Harvey entry back there in P4. And they're sitting about a minute and 20 off the back of Alexander and John Lee, who at the moment are 30 seconds off the back of Trevor Leonard and Anthony Jewell. Now, they were leading before their pit stop. Leonard and Jewell yet to do their changeover, but won't be far away now before they'll be looking for their changeover, because anywhere from now onwards, they do need to take fuel to get to the finish. They would not have had enough fuel. I think they pitted at about 2 hours to go. They would have not had enough fuel to get home to the finish from where they were. So they do still need to pit once more. And Anthony Jewell was sitting here quite confidently saying, oh yeah, well, they need to pit once more and we need to pit once more. But, you know, we're all good. We're not going to need as much. It still does put you on the back foot. And what we proved earlier was that the low fuel load isn't necessarily much faster than the heavy fuel load car. That was proven at the back end of Alexander's stint when trying to close the gap to the back of Trevor Leonard just a few moments ago. All of that's gone out the window now, though, as Leonard still leads the way at the moment. 29 seconds clear. I have been informed, though, that Leonard has pitted and not taken a full tank of fuel. He's just taken whatever they think they need to get to the finish, and that will be enough. So the race battle we were expecting to see seems to have subsided quite a fair bit here. And it looks like Trevor Leonard is going to drive it onto the finish and will bring this one home. 30 seconds a gap to the race lead. It's going to take something pretty major to unsettle this race lead. There's only 2 cars on the lead lap here. Maybe 3 cars, I should say. Leonard and Jewell back to Zani and Lee. Jensen and Hamlet currently sitting in the 3rd spot here. The Johnson and Harvey entry just about a lap and a little bit off the race lead here. Dooley and Ellis holding down P5. Looking for these close margins here as Leonard comes up the inside of some lap traffic up at the cutting, and the lap traffic goes firing into the barriers. So looking around on your lap timings, no one really making an impact and having a close battle here as we see the Alderman and Ireland entry in the pit lane. They're doing their final driver change and swapping over for one final time here. Cody Ireland out of the seat. Daniel Alderman jumping in for his final stint with 1 hour and 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining. Your RaceKraft 6-hour enduro here at Mount Panorama. This will be their final stop that'll bring them home to the finish. Trevor Leonard leads himself and Anthony Jewell around the final, into the final hour with a margin of 31 seconds over John Lee and Alexander's pairing, currently sitting back there in 2nd. So as we said, we might be losing some of the battles. It looks like we're going to have somewhat of a battle forming here as Daniel Alderman is taking over the driving duties of the Alderman/Ireland entry. And we do believe that he is set to come out and join the Cochrans on the racetrack. He's coming out behind them by some margin. Has to do some work to close the gap. Now it does say that they're 2 minutes 29 ahead, but that'll reset next time they come around to finish this lap. We'll check the gap next time across, and Daniel Alderman has to do all this work again to catch the Cochran boys inside the final hour. It's less than 1 hour to go now. Less than 1 hour to go. coming up to the final 45 minutes of the race. Things are starting to cruise along here. Fatigue starting to well and truly set in for many of our drivers. 6 hours of Bathurst here with Ginetta Gt4 cars drawing to an inevitable close around Mount Panorama. We're following along at the moment. Daniel Alderman at the helm, currently holding down the 8th spot on the road, trying to chase the Cochrane boys by a margin of 5 seconds. He sits there. He desperately tries to close down this gap at the moment. One of our boys just falling off the racetrack a moment ago, further behind and losing out a fair bit of pace. It's interesting to see. That was Jensen falling off the road. Now back into the clutches as your leader going past there. Trevor Leonard sailing on past on the main straightaway. So now your third place driver a lap down on the race lead. 2 cars remain on the lead lap here with 46 minutes left to go. Anthony Jewell is not far from jumping into the car though. So they're going to do a flying driver change, I've been told. So it seems like they're going to attempt to do a flying driver change. The questions about whether it's legal, well, there's nothing saying you can't do it as far as rules. As long as you can pull it off without killing anyone on the racetrack, you know, go for it. If they don't need a pit, then it's all good. Because at the moment, they don't need to pit. They're good for fuel, but Trevor needing to step out of the car to get on with his day means that Anthony Jewell will end up taking over the helm. Alex Newton and Brodie Cullen in the pit lane doing their final changeover. So Newton is out of the car. Brodie strapping in for the final 45 minutes of the race to try and bring them home. They are in P6 at the time of entering the pit lane, but they will likely drop back behind the Cochrane brothers, maybe even the Alderman and Ireland combination as well, losing out to them and going back down to P8 on the racetrack. Meanwhile, we follow your race leader. I'm going to keep a keen eye on the body language of this car and just cast another eye across the room here at RaceKraft, because we're going to witness a live driver change happening very soon here at RaceKraft. We should see Trevor Leonard getting out of the car and Anthony Jewell trying to strap in without pitting the car. So this will be interesting. If someone really wants to upset their race, just get in Jules' way and stop it from happening in the process. If you really want to give Alexander and John Lee a chance here, they need 52 seconds to make this happen. That's the margin that sits at the moment as Leonard coming out of the chase towards the High-Tech Oils Bridge and down towards Murray's Corner. So they are going to pit. So they must have made some changes with the pit controls that should allow the car just to roll through the lane. They are flying into that pit lane at a great rate of speed, and it looks like they will do this driver change while the car traverses the pit lane. So your race leaders into the lane, and they're just going to roll on down and take the opportunity to do their driver change while the car rolls through, and that will allow Alexander and John Lee to close this gap by just a little bit. Looking at track map on the right hand side of your screen, you can see the car in the pit lane and the red dot going down Conrod Straight. That is John Lee at the moment, currently in second place on the road, as they've gone through a almost non-existent pit stop. They've basically just driven through the pit lane and rejoined. Anthony Jewell at the helm now, back out onto the racetrack and on his way, continuing to lead this race here with 43.5 minutes left to go. Your leaders with Anthony Jewell back in the helm, driving away up towards Griffin's Bend. He'll start his opening lap of his final stint of the race here. As the mistakes start to really come in, Cullen has found the wall now. Brodie Cullen has well and truly found the wall. Where is he parked up? That's at Forest Elbow. He's found the wall pretty hard there at Forest Elbow. He's gone in at an awkward angle on the right-hand side. May have over-rotated the car at the right-hand kick that is turn 17. Pretty tricky part of the racetrack to get right, especially after a long time racing. Now hopefully not too much damage for those guys. They were still showing in P6 at that moment, but I do believe, let's check in, the Cochrane boys, where are they sitting on the racetrack? Have they still got them? They're still ahead? So Cullen is still ahead at the moment. They haven't actually lost out from the Cochranes and the Alderman Island combination, but if they've given away some damage to the car now and really going to struggle in this last 42 minutes of racing. This is going to be a great battle to be in the top 5, or the next outside the top 5, really. We'll bring you a full update at 30 minutes to go. Your full running order to run us down here. This is the 6 hours of Bathurst. The RaceKraft Enduro. Anthony Jewell leading the way on his way to making a 3rd RaceKraft Enduro win in a row. And we are definitely going to break up that team combination. So watching along with Brodie Cullen at the wheel at the moment, holding down P6. He does seem to be okay at the moment. He's holding on to a 15-second lead over the Cochrane boys, who are really under pressure from Alderman and Ireland. Look at this here. This is a stout fight, side by side through Griffiths Bend. They're right behind the Dooley and Ellis combination, but that's a lap between them. So Alderman going through, gets a move done on the Cochranes. The Cochranes down to P8 now. They can see Dooley and Ellis further up the road, but that is an entire lap between them. Dooley and Ellis 3 minutes and 57. Sorry, 3 minutes and 58 off the back of the race leaders. And these guys are 6 minutes and 12 off the back of the race leaders. So an entire lap between them here. 2 minutes and 14 for a lap where we're judging on at the moment. Now last time across the line was 3 minutes and 17 for that Newton and Cullen combination. Brodie Cullen had a very, very long lap on the racetrack, finding himself in a bit of strife moments ago at the Forest Elbow. He gave away a huge amount of time as he sits 5.59 off the race lead. The next car behind, the Alderman Island combination, 6.13 off the leaders. That's a 13.9 second difference between them. We'll see if they can close up that margin. With 40 minutes to go in this 6-hour Enduro here at RaceKraft Simulations. It's great to have everyone joining us, for those who've been watching online and carrying on, enjoying the coverage. Bit few and far between with a 15-car field and just chipping along for 6 hours straight. But it's good to see that we haven't had any retirements so far over the course of our 6-hour Enduro. We just had the one car that didn't really start, to be honest. It had wildcard entries because the original drivers didn't show up to race today. So we retired that car after the first couple of hours before the halfway mark of the race. And I piloted that car for a little bit. It's having a bit of fun out there circulating with the teams in the wet weather conditions that settled in after the first hour of racing. So last time across the line, 2:16.6 for Brodie Cullen. It was 2:15.5 for Alderman behind him here. 2:15.6 it was actually. And the gap sits at 16 seconds now between them for 6th and 7th on the road. Lots of sixes in that instance. So it doesn't look like they're going to have what it takes to close that gap and put the fight on. 39 minutes to go. Let's take us through your full running order. Anthony Jewell, of course, your race leader out front, leading the way here with 140 laps under their belt at the moment between Anthony and Trevor. And they lead by a 36-second margin over your second place drivers, Alexander and John Lee, the latter of the two currently piloting the vehicle in this final stint. So John Lee currently piloting the number 13 machine in second place now, falling to a 38-second deficit off the race lead. Just trying to bring it home for a finish at the moment. They've got a healthy margin, about a minute and a half of lead over this third place car. Jensen Herbert and Tom Hamlet wheeling around. Tommy Hamlet currently at the wheel of that car. They have about a minute and a half lead. We'll go back to the Jensen and Hamlet car now. Currently third on the road, coming down through the chase at the moment. Down through the gears nicely, getting on the power early and running to the High Tech Oils Bridge and down towards Murray's Corner to finish off the lap 6.2 kilometres of very punishing terrain here at Mount Panorama Circuit. A little bit of exit curve there for Tommy Hamlet. No big deal as he comes across the line. Lapping a fair bit off their pace that they were running earlier in the race, of course. The lap speed dropping off now, the track temperature has really skyrocketed, the tyres are starting to really hurt, and everything in the car is starting to complain and whine and misbehave underneath them. And the drivers' own bodies and minds will be starting to betray them because they start to get fatigued and a bit tired. You get too far into the rhythm and you just start to make those little mistakes that creep in that can really change the landscape of this race. It'd be one thing to try and make those mistakes earlier in the race, but you definitely don't want to be making them with 36 minutes to go. The less time you have to recover, the more hard work it's going to be to try and get there in the end. Behind these guys, it's been a quiet combination that have been slowly chipping away at this race. Grant Johnson and Clint Harvey, with the former at the wheel at the moment, 2 minutes and 31 off the race lead. They're just over a lap down from your leaders of Trevor Leonard and Anthony Jewell. But they've been circulating very fine, and of late, they've actually been the fastest on the racetrack. So that proves their proven combination. They've got consistency up their sleeve. They're not necessarily the fastest on the racetrack. This team knows how to get it done just smooth and consistently. 2:15.1 last time across the line. The next fastest on the racetrack was a 2:16.0, and that was your race leader from Anthony Jewell. So the combination of Johnson and Harvey, with 35 minutes left to go, still proving very strong, but just not quite enough to make a podium so far in this race. Still very impressive to see the pace that they have after 5.5 hours of racing. Behind them, Dooley and Ellis circulating. Aaron Dooley at the well. This carbon fibre leg and all, whipping it around Mount Panorama here. They're currently holding on to a top 5 result. They're a minute and a half off the back of the Johnson and Harvey combination, but sitting 2 minutes clear of the Newton and Cullen team. As Dooley comes across, setting some pretty solid pace. He's just come across the line with a 2:16.2. So lapping as the third fastest car on the racetrack at this stage of the race. I say that as a 2:15.000 shows up for Daniel Alderman a moment ago. So Alderman actually the fastest on the racetrack, all the way down in P7 at this stage of the race. It's quite an effort from those guys to be running so well. Brody Cullen here limping around after finding the wall at Forest Elbow. Brody just trying to bring this car around to a finish here, taking over the duties in this final stint from Alex Newton, who's wheeling this car. Was wheeling a Hyundai XL Cup car yesterday around Wanneroo Raceway. Finding themselves into the 6th spot at the moment. 2 minutes behind Dooley and Ellis in 5th, but they've got a little battle between them. There's less than 25 seconds covering 3 drivers at the moment. That's the lead of this pack is Newton and Cullen on screen right now. Alderman and Ireland, who just flashed up a 2:15.000 not long ago across the start-finish line to make them the fastest on the racetrack. They're about 12 seconds adrift. So these boys are starting to show some pace in the closing stages of the race. If they can maintain that pace of about 3 seconds a lap, as there's a car in the fence there at Forest Elbow. Now that was our B Derby entry. Chris Ball and Owen Darby finding themselves in there. I will flash back quickly to the 15th car on the road track. Yes, it was that 14 machine. That looks like it's seen much better days. That's looking more like an aerial atom every time I look at it, which for a car that's supposed to be full-bodied is not a good look here. Back to the Alderman and Ireland team. Still sitting in P7 here. They are 11 seconds off the back of the Newton and Cullen combination in P6. Then behind them, the Cochrane boys are about 14 seconds further adrift, just coming down the chase at the moment. Nick and Josh, the brothers, putting in the work today here at the RaceKraft Enduro. They're holding on to P8 on the road. And they have a 2.5 minute lead as they now come into the pits. So that'll undo all that hard work. They're coming in for one final stop, it seems. Grab a quick repair. 32 minutes, 32:50 in fact, left to go on the master clock here at RaceKraft Simulations. This will see them to the finish as they come down the pit road and get that final service on the car. And that will drop them down. They shouldn't fall outside of the 8th spot here. Davon McDonald entry coming down the line. They might lose out the spot to these guys from Davo Sim Racing up there in Geraldton. This beautifully turned out RSW graphics painted machine. Currently holding on to P9 here. Travis Dynan and Jason Mollick running at your top 10. The only one of the true Ginetta GT4s out here. All good Ginettas must be orange. I don't know why. Ginettas must be orange. As they come down the chase here. They're currently holding on to the 10th spot on the racetrack with a car that looks like it's seen better days as all a half spin down there at the bottom of the chase. Managed to gather it up and get it back in the racetrack and running here. Kenny Pryor and Chris Miles, the KP entry back there in 11th spot. He's coming around the final corner just ahead. About to go a lap down to Dynan and Mollick here in P10 behind them. They come down the line. P11 on the road here as they start their 140. Oh, geez. I don't even know what lap these guys are on now. It doesn't tell us on our timing. It does not. But they are 18 minutes and 43 off the race lead here. The Sly and Shattuck entry from Davo Sim Racing. Back there in P12. Is coming down through Brock Skyline at the moment. And working their way around the circuit here. Across the top of the mountain. Here at Mount Panorama Circuit. The Bickham and Singleton entry back there in P13. Another one of our Davo Sim Racing cars. So, two Davo Sim Racing cars running 12th and 13th on the road, but they are separated by almost 3 minutes between them on race time so far as well. Bickham and Singleton finding the wall at the top of the mountain there, just going across McPhillamy Park. Further back to the Flett and Carville entry. Now this looks like it's definitely seen better days here. Dave Flett and Spuddy Carville with bodywork hanging off and no front clip entirely on this race car anymore. They're down in 14th spot, 26 minutes 15 off the race lead, and they are looking at just circulating to try and finish at this stage of the race. They're being caught very quickly by the Alderman and Island combination as they come up towards Griffin's Bend here. Meanwhile, Alden and Island 10 seconds off the back of the Newton-Cullen combination for 6th in the race with half an hour left to go. Then at the back, it's your last car on the racetrack. Chris Ball and Owen Darby climbing the hill, and that car, again, missing a lot of bodywork. It's got less bodywork now than it was looking about 5 minutes ago when we saw it at the top end of Forest Elbow. It's lost all of the front clip off that race car now. With less than half an hour to go, they'll be happy to see the end of this RaceKraft 6-hour enduro. It's a tough one anytime we take these races, because no matter how good the tracks are, the fatigue can really set in and the race starts to take its toll. Every corner starts to really add up and take that little bit more out of you every time you get around the track here. With less than half an hour remaining, go back to your race leader. Anthony Jewell leading the way as he comes through McPhillamy Park across the top of the mountain down towards Brock Skyline. Behind him on the racetrack, Jensen Herbert, currently 3rd. A lap down off the back of the car you're watching right now of Anthony Jewell. Circulating behind your race leader as they come down towards Forest Elbow on lap 144. 29 minutes to go. with less than 26 minutes remaining in the 6-hour enduro. This battle's still simmering away at the moment. Alderman and Ireland still trying to close this gap to fight for 6th on the racetrack. They're down just over 9 seconds behind the Newton and Cullen combination and lapping quicker by about a second a lap. So it's going to come right down to the wire here whether they can get this done to grab P6 towards the finish. The time will tell as they run it across. You can see Alderman working away at the wheel trying to get this done. As they come across the top of the mountain, he's running the car down towards Skyline, trying to bring it up under brakes. That gap sitting at 9.3 seconds as they come across the midpoint of the lap. That's really the closest battle we have on the racetrack. Everyone else is well and truly spread right out around the circuit here. 25 seconds separates the top 3 right now. Johnson and Harvey. 2 minutes and 46 off the race lead, where the Jensen-Hamlet combination 2 minutes and 20 off the lead. It's 51 seconds to the distance for the race lead here between Anthony Jewell and John Lee right now. And Julesy looks like he has this one all but signed, sealed and delivered with less than 25 minutes to go. Coming down the line now, we are 18 and 45 left to go. That's right, we are starting to edge our way towards a close. Nothing as far as gaps and battles to write home about except for this 7-8 second margin that is currently going on. Alderman and Ireland trying to chase down the Newton and Cullen entry. It is close here, so checking this out, right? Newton and Cullen, 6th on the racetrack right now. 6:21 off your leaders as they come down through the dipper. And making the run towards the Forest Elbow. Behind them and trying to chase them by 7.8 seconds is Daniel Alderman. Cody Ireland doing the race engineering tasks behind him. They come down into Forest Elbow at the moment. That's the closest battle we have on the racetrack. Everything else is in the matter of minutes. With the exception maybe of this 20-21 second margin for third here. Jensen Herbert and Tom Hamlet battling it out. They're hanging on to third. And they've got about a 20-second margin over the Grant Johnson and Clint Harvey entry back there in P4. Now, Johnson and Harvey have been clicking off some very impressive laps lately, but last time across they lost some time. Meanwhile, Anthony Jewell busting out for 2:13s on lap 148 of this race proves that they've got plenty left in the tank in a 6-hour enduro. 17 minutes and 20 left to go. We're going to jump on bad. Let's see what Julesy can churn out for us here. On board for a lap around Mount Panorama in the closing stages of our Bathurst 6-hour for RaceKraft simulations. 13 and a half minutes left to go. We've been following along with Anthony Jewell the last few moments here as he storms his way around Mount Panorama, trying to bring this one home. He's won the last two RaceKraft Enduros, and is on his way to making that number into a 3 if he can keep this up. Him and Trevor Leonard. Trevor's on the couch chilling out and relaxing after some pretty impressive stints. They have a 1 minute and 5 second lead, and he's still busting out 2 minute 13 laps here. Down through the gears at the bottom of the hill at the end of Conrod Straight. Bit of opposite lock that just kind of blends itself into the right-hander under the High-Tech Oils Bridge. And making the run into Murray's Corner onto the main straightaway. Lap 151 in the books, and he starts his 152nd around Mount Panorama. It's been a brutal race so far, but the gaps have all through your field, with the exception of the battle for 6th and 7th, which is still going, mind you. Let's check this out. So we're on board with Daniel Alderman as he tries to chase down a 5-6 second disadvantage. It's actually 4.6 now, so not the car that's directly in front of him, but that car disappearing into the cutting a moment ago is the car that they're chasing. That's Alex Newton and Brody Cullen they're fighting with. They're just going to get past this lap car. Chris Paul and Owen Darby here. Just trying to find their way around, just tagging the back end of Paul and Darby, who's trying to... Oh no, in the bin! And it's a bin job for Alderman. Oh, the classic reset button gets you back on your way. So that dispels that battle, and that battle is well and truly over now. No chance of them chasing that one around and putting the pressure on Newton and Cullen anymore. It's hard when you're desperately trying to pass someone through the tightest part of the racetrack. You're not going to be able to get through. And proves exactly that as they're trying to get that done here. 11 minutes left to go, and the battle we were expecting to see is all but over. 8 minutes to go. We've been following along with this Grant Johnson and Clint Harvey entry as they try to chase this gap, and they've been chipping away at it. 15.5 last time by. It's a 19.9 for Jensen last time across the line. The gap comes down to 11.8 seconds in these closing stages, but it might just be too little too late to try and get on the podium this afternoon here at RaceKraft Simulations. This is the race for third, and this team here of Grant Johnson and Clint Harvey are chasing the Jensen Herbert and Tom Hamlet combination as they come down the line to start their 153rd lap. 153rd, I think. Could be the 154th. Meanwhile, Anthony Jewell leading the way on his 154th lap of the circuit. And doing whatever they can to try and get these cars to the finish. Stuart McGraw loving the sheer stick to itness. There we go. Of the Johnson and Harvey combination. They're two very determined racers, well established, very well accomplished in their own racing careers. They'll hang on till the very end, but their smooth and still fast and consistent driving style pays dividends. They'll get it done here. That is the only battle we have on track. 10 seconds between the Alderman Island combination. They are still chipping at it. So after that massive crash across the top of the mountain, they're still trying to close this gap and put on the fight. With 6 minutes to go, Dave Fletcher's pointing out to me that 8th and 9th are basically on top of each other, but they are right onto it as well. But Davon McDonald trying to hang on to P8. And they've just got a small margin, razor-thin margin over the Cochrans. Dave Flett is correct telling me this, and the Cochran boys trying to drive back into it. They've been plagued with minor mechanical issues all day long here, little shifting problems on the paddles and things like that. Just the little things that come up when you pack about 35 Wi-Fi devices into an 8x10 room here at RaceKraft Simulations. With 5 minutes and 30 left to go, last time across the Cochrans, 2:15.5. Davon McDonald also on a 2:15.5. It looks like track conditions are coming back the way of the cars because the lap times are starting to improve. Meanwhile, Jules is still circulating on the 2:14s as well. That Davon McDonald car getting a little bit out of shape under brakes in the Murray's corner. Hands a bit of time back towards the Cochrans, and they close that gap up a little bit more. It's only about 9/10 of a second between them as we're inside the final 5. 5 minutes to go, just a couple of laps left in it here around Mount Panorama. Anthony Jewell working his way around. Where is he on the racetrack? Because we'll know where he's going to start his final lap, and we'll bring him around here. So he is making his way down into Skyline. He will hit the start-finish line twice more, so 2.5 laps away from a finish here for Anthony Jewell with a 1 minute 15 advantage over John Lee, who's doing a fantastic job of just holding it down at the moment. He does have a bit of damage. He had a screen freeze and a big stutter from his PC a moment ago that caused him some dramas. They're holding a very stout 1 minute 35 advantage over the Jensen-Hamlet combination back there in third. That is 10 seconds now. The battle for third here. 10 seconds between them in this Johnson-Harvey combination. They are trying to hang on here. Stu McGraw, for us non-AMS players, can we get maybe a quick confirmation of the map icons? So on the right-hand side of your screen, the map icons are basically, they're red if the driver is on the current lap of the driver we're looking at. So if we're looking at Leonard and Jewell, we look across to the track map and we can see that there should only be one red icon somewhere else around the track. We can't even see that, but they are about a minute and 16 further behind. If we go back to the Zani and Lee combination, we see the red icon back here, and that is the red icon of Jensen and the Hamlet combination. That is on the same lap as the guys we are watching of John Lee and Alex Zani at the moment. That's what we get. All the blue icons are guys that are showing as a lap down, and as we go further down the order, we get more red icons showing up. They are guys that are either on the same lap or the guys that are ahead of them. And there should only be two icons that will show up in blue. They are guys that are on laps behind the car we are watching here. We're watching Dickham and Singleton, Fletton, Carville and Darby. The two guys that are behind on time, and they are showing up as blue icons on the mini-map on the right-hand side of the map of the screen. So quick guide on how it looks with AMS. It is odd to note, though, that we don't see a red icon at all for the Zani and Lee combination. We're watching from our leader of Anthony Jewell. 2 minutes and 30 left to go. Anthony Jewell on his penultimate lap of Mount Panorama. So he should finish with 157 laps. Down towards Forest Elbow. For one of the final times here around Mount Panorama. 2 minutes and 5 left on the master clock. We do believe it's finishing at 0, or it'll be 0 plus that final lap, is what my understanding is of the way the races are set up. So Jewell on his way around the circuit down Conrod Straight for what is the second to final time. Leading the way. It's been a long, long day. Many of these drivers were here early this morning, getting ready, getting primed. A little bit of practice to start the day, qualifying from 8 o'clock this morning. And we were due to kick off the race from 8:30 a.m. We kicked off a little bit later than that after the little restart and the mishap we had during qualifying. As Anthony Jewell makes it down the main straightaway and he hits the start finish line. This should be his final lap to bring it around here with 1 minute and 10 left on the clock as he hit the start finishing stride. We should be on the final lap of our 6-hour endurance race. It's been a long day. 6 hours of racing. 150 plus racing laps here. And coming up onto the back of some lap traffic. As they head up towards Griffin's Bend. And Jewell just getting a little bit nervous now. The last thing you want to encounter is lap traffic in the closing stages of the race. And seeing them get a little bit out of shape and crashing into each other right in front of you. And would you believe it, there's been a loss here because Jensen has lost it in the closing stages and the race for third has turned around. And he has barely enough fuel, not enough fuel to get around either. So the Jensen and Hamlet combination are not going to see the end. They were running third. A crash in the last minute has dropped them out of the podium position. That elevates Grant Johnson and Clint Harvey to the podium spot. And they are in the mix with some traffic as well. This is all coming down as time has expired. Anthony Jewell coming out of Forest Elbow for the final time. 6 long hours of racing here at Mount Panorama has come to this. And one final time down Conrod Straight. He's already in the mood for celebrating. Anthony Jewell leads all the way down. And him and his partnership with Trevor Leonard has been unstoppable here today at RaceKraft Simulations. As he comes down into the chase for the final time. They proved all class right from the moment we sent them racing with green lights. Incredible battles with the Zani and Lee combination all the way to the end. But out of Murray's Corner for the final time, Anthony Jewell brings it around and takes the win for the RaceKraft 6 hours of Bathurst. Trevor Leonard and Anthony Jewell are Bathurst winners. And 3 times in a row, Julesy has managed to stand on top here at RaceKraft in an endurance race. A very solid effort, and that marks a significant end to their partnership here at RaceKraft Simulations as well. As your runners-up coming down, John Lee has mounted an incredible charge in his partnership with Alex Zani in this race. They've been on an absolute tear. A quick check-in with the Johnson and Harvey combination because they're going to come through. What a drive from these two it has been. Down towards Murray's Corner for the final time. They were chipping away. At 2 hours into the race, they were down in 7th position and have slowly but surely chipped away. And they are on the podium today. Grant Johnson and Clint Harvey make it across the line to be third this afternoon here at Mount Panorama. Just edging out Jensen Herbert for the podium. And meanwhile, John Lee, landed from Vietnam at 4 o'clock this morning, has had absolutely zero sleep. Left the car in the steady hands of Alexani for a fair duration in this race, but has picked it up for the final stint of this Bathurst Enduro and come round to be runners-up today. Alexani and John Lee are on the podium this afternoon here at Bathurst. Second place for the combination, and they'll bring it home for P2. John Lee, a happy man and a very tired man, setting up this race and bringing it home for the podium. So your finishing results as everyone else comes across to finish here. Trevor Leonard and Anthony Jewell taking out the Bathurst 6 hour. Alexani and John Lee coming home for second. Grant Johnson and Clint Harvey wrapping up the podium in third. What a great race it has been. 6 hours of racing and an eventual margin of a minute and a bit for the podium here. Jensen, so unfortunate. Jensen Herbert and Tom Hamlet coming home in fourth after hanging on to P3 for so long in that race. And Aaron Dooley and Kieran Ellis rounding out your top 5. That is a wrap. And a final confirmation of your results up on screen. It's been a pleasure to bring all the action here for our RaceKraft 6-hour Enduro. I hope you've enjoyed the show and enjoyed all the action. It's been a fantastic race, and the cup now coming out to be awarded. And that is a wrap for our Bathurst 6 hour. Thank you everyone for watching. We'll see you next time.